John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President, and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma.
This is Citi 97.3.
To me, and City Breakfast Show. The city's biggest conversation.
A king is coming, and of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end. It says, for to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders. He will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end. He will reign on David's throne and over his kingdom, establishing and upholding it with justice and righteousness from that time on and forever. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. Diana Hamilton, 97.3 Citi FM. This is the City Breakfast Show. Good morning to you. Welcome to a brand new day, December the 9th, in the year of our Lord 2024. My name is Caleb Kudah. No, it's not a holiday. It is not a holiday. We're back to the grind. We've been at this for the last 72 hours, bringing you unparalleled coverage, comprehensive analysis of election 2024. More constituencies, results of more constituencies are in, and this morning we'll continue with the figures and bring you all the updates from across the country as we wait on the Electoral Commission, whose commissioner has asked for calm and patience as they patiently collate all the figures and hopefully give us a national figure within what they've promised to do, within the 72 hours they've promised to do this. This morning I'm not here alone. My good brothers and friends, colleagues right here in the City Newsroom, we're here and we'll bring you the review of the news online, and then we'll continue with our coverage. And this review will be brought to us this morning by Total Energies. Piva Beverages. If you're looking for a best of flavor in every sip, discover the refreshing taste of Piva Beverages. Enjoy the classic Piva Cola flavor, perfect fit anytime. How about a fruity adventure? Try our delightful Piva Orange fruit drink. We have them all: Piva Cola, Piva Orange, Piva Cocktail, Piva Grape, and Piva Tangy. Grab yours today. Available at any local store. Call us on 0550-032-231. Piva Beverages, a taste you will love, and is an advert approved by the FDA. And this Christmas, Total Energies is kicking off the holiday spirit with our Bronya Lube special. Swing by any of our branches and get a change of engine oil, and then go with a free elite car wash. Keep your ride sparkling. Find us on Facebook at Total Energies Ghana, X Total Energies GH, Instagram is Total Energies GH. And let me welcome Nathan Neoboda crowd. Good morning, Nathan.
Hello, good morning.
And there is Nana Tufo Boating here as well.
Good morning, Caleb.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Charlie, we're
Pretty good. Really good. Turbulent weekend, but yeah, we survived it over here.
You all look refreshed though. I think you had some sleep, man.
Yeah, eventually we got some.
Eventually. It's been good following the coverage of the news from television to radio, our reporters on the grounds,
online,
the analysis
social
on TV,
media,
the new media team, man. It's been an incredible coverage, and I think that you all have done some very fantastic job. Congratulations on your service to the nation, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, for God and country, right?
Man, very important. Very important. The newspapers, as usual, are not in yet. Larry Dogbe yesterday made us aware the results are not in, so you know. But we have the privilege, the benefit of up to the minutes updates online, so we'll bring listeners some national view of what we have so far. We have Channel 1 News, City Newsroom, My Joy, and all the other suspects. So we will get in there and bring our listeners some review from online. The new thing I'm seeing this morning, though, is that Domi-Kwabenya has fallen from the firm grip of the New Patriotic Party.
Has it been declared now?
We are looking at the pink sheet here.
Has been released now.
Yes, and our reporter makes us understand that the NPP polled 50,477, and the NDC's candidate Eliklim Akurugu,
Faustina Eliklim Akurugu.
Thank you. She polled 51,634. So this is a historic win in the history of the constituency. Never has the NDC ever won
for
that.
Eliklim Akurugu, 4 years ago, she got about 50,000. And for watchers of that constituency and watchers of Ghanaian elections, that was huge for an NDC candidate to get about 50,000 in Domi-Kwabenya. So the expectation was that she was going to put up a very strong fight. And then all the things happened.
Exactly, all the shenanigans within the MPP camp.
It looks like it all came together.
Sarah Joasafo, her absence from Parliamentary, returned to the country. The primaries in Domi-Kwabenya itself. And of course, she losing out. I mean, the sentiments in Domi-Kwabenya suggested this type of outcome, but then of course we had to await to hear the voice of the people, which today sounds quite strong in our ears.
Pretty resounding.
Handing the Domi-Kwabenya seat to the NDC after how many years?
Since its history, since its creation, actually, we'll get you that. But let me just, gentlemen, give you a national outlook of the 2024 election as we have it now on our Citi verified portals, and then we'll get into the details of some of the stories. Dr. Bawumia's concession. A few papers are in. Wonderful. So we'll bring you all of these things. Graphic is here as well as a custodian. But this is how the national outlook is. If you look at the win margin, we have 1,316,088. So the difference is about 20.74%. In terms of total votes for the NDC in the 2024 elections, as at now, John Mahama has polled 3,772,884. In 2020, when you put everything together, of course, this is what we have as at now, not the entire figures. So 3 million, but in 2020, he had 6,265,266, which represented 47.40%. If you're comparing now, 2024, Dr. Bawumia is doing 2 million as against Mahama's 3 million. The actual figures are 2,456,796, which represents 38.71%. So we are seeing a difference of 1.3 million votes. Now, if you're looking at the total number of registered voters, is in excess of 18 million, 18.7 million. Total votes cast so far, we have 6.4 million, but I'm giving you the actuals now. 6,477,844. Total valid votes cast 6,346,196. Rejected ballots 129,350, and constituencies covered so far, we have 150 out of 276. So that's just a national outlook for us so far. And if you ask me, the country is looking pretty green. It's like we're greening Ghana projects. The Green Ghana projects has taken over the country. But this is a national outlook for you. If you're just joining us, this is 97.3 Citi FM. We're bringing you the newspapers and the online review. So let's start from the newspapers this time. All
right, Caleb, I'll take you to the Daily Graphic newspaper. Front page, of course, has a picture of John Dramani Mahama saluting, and the story says Mahama makes comeback. Okay, Vice President Bawumia concedes defeat. Political tsunami hits parliamentarians. That's on the front page of the Daily Graphic. If we jump to the back page, you have supporters celebrate Mahama's victory at NDC headquarters, and NCCE chairperson commends peaceful voting process, urges Ghanaians to embrace electoral outcomes.
If you go to the Ghanaian publisher, Bawumia concedes defeat, and the story is on page 3, says Ghana has won. Mahama wins second term, and several ministers fall.
The Chronicle newspaper this morning says Mahama walks back to Jubilee House. Jonathan Lords, Dampare and team for robust security arrangements, and Kudah describes elections as credible.
The Republic Press says Bawumia concedes to Mahama. MPP suffers major setbacks as high-profile MPs lose seats to NDC, and irate NDC supporters nearly set Techiman Police Command ablaze over election dispute. That's on the front page of the Republic Press.
The Daily Guide newspaper says we'll come back stronger. This is attributed to the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. NDC sweeps majority seats. 4 arrested over Awutu Senya East shooting incident. 2024 election results. EC calls for patience. And I love this one. Kumasi goes dead.
Wow. Interesting one there.
All right. I think we can go online now.
And let me bring you channel onenews.com this morning. Interesting one here. Historic milestone. James Enu becomes Tema West first NDC MP. Michael Quay Jr. demands suspension of coalition in Domi-Kwabenya. Call your supporters to order. NPP tells Mahama, I'm retiring from active politics. Apia Kubi, the outgoing member of parliament for Asante Achim North, in his very interesting conversation with Richard Alaska yesterday. Election 2024 recorded 63.9% voter turnout. This is Kudah speaking. We will regroup and bounce back stronger. Dr. Bawumia here. And my brother Bawumia has congratulated me. This is Mahama speaking. Bawumia again. It says Bawumia concedes defeat, congratulates Mahama. Ghanaians have rejected 8 years of corruption and bad governance. This is the NDC. Sylvester Tete loses Botiano English Amanfro seat to NDC's Felix Akwete. Henry Korte loses Yawaso Central as NDC secures key parliamentary win. More stories. Jerry Ahmed Shaib wins Wejagbawe Nakoyo and seats Howard Kumsin, which is a very interesting one.
That is huge.
Really is.
Howard Kumsin has been taken off the seat now. Ato Forsen retains Ajomako Enyan Esiam seat for the 4th consecutive time. Gabby congratulates Mahama on presidential victory. Military officers clash with NDC officials in a bus. This is December 7, much earlier. So I will take you to some other portals. Or you have any other you want
I have
to take us to?
citynewsroom.com.
Wonderful.
If you jump to citynewsroom.com, we'll use our parliamentary majority responsibly. Okay. This is Fifi Kwete speaking there. Maintain law and order at various collation centers, NPP2 police. Be patient. It's been just 23 hours since polls closed. EC on results. And you have Ghana polls, hashtag Ghana polls 2024. 12 suspects arrested over distraction of EC office in Damongo. Again, hashtag Ghana polls 2024. Delayed results from EC behind increasing violence. This is attributed to the NDC. And then you have allowed EC to formally declare results, Kudah speaking, and a host of other stories from the political front. Of course, I mean, the 2024 general elections will definitely dominate the media space. And so you would expect more stories. So just go online, citynewsroom.com, channel1news.com, and you have all the stories there relating to the general elections.
That's right. If I'm to bring you my joy online this morning, Domi-Kwabenya flips to NDC as Faustina Akurugu defeats Michael Kwe Jr. One dead after angry NDC youth attacked Damongo Coalition Center. NDC's Nakoyo snatches Ewutu Senya East seat from Hawakumsen, will resist any attempt to alter parliamentary elections. This is NPP. Election 2024. Mahama records landslide victory in Volta region. NDC must call their supporters to order. This is Richard Anyagba again. I think we can get into the details of the stories now, gentlemen.
All right. I'll start off from the Daily Graphic. Mahama makes comeback. Story by Michael Okwe and captured on page 3 of the paper. Spontaneous jubilation echoed across the country yesterday as Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia conceded defeat in the 2024 presidential election even before the Electoral Commission EC could declare a quarter of certified results. The concession secured a landmark comeback for former President John Dramani Mahama to the presidency 8 years after he left the seat of government after only a term in office. It was the quickest concession in Ghana's political history in 32 years and came about 15 hours after polls closed at 5 p.m. last Saturday as the country elected a new president and the 9th parliament under the 4th Republic. The electoral results also delivered the first female vice president of Ghana, with Mr. Mahama's running mate, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, now set to be sworn in along with her boss on January 7, 2025. Now, provisional results available to the Daily Graphic had put the National Democratic Congress NDC candidate at more than 56% of the vote in about 39,000 of the 40,648 polling stations across the country.
Well, the other part of the story that the Daily Graphic mentioned briefly was Bawumia's concession, and that's on the front page of the Republic Press. And the story says, in a historic moment for Ghana's democracy, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has officially conceded defeat to his main opponent John Mahama in Ghana's 2024 presidential election. Now, Dr. Bawumia was speaking from his residence yesterday, and he stated that from the data that the internal collation had produced, they noticed or observed and saw that John Mahama had won the election decisively. And so Dr. Bawumia disclosed that he had called John Mahama to congratulate him on his victory.
Right. If I should take you online now, if you go to Damongo, 12 suspects have been arrested over the distraction of EC office, and it says that the Ghana Police Service has arrested 12 individuals in connection with various electoral-related acts of violence, including the distraction of the Electoral Commission office in Damongo. The arrest follows an incident in the Damongo Municipal Constituency where a group of angry youth set fire to the EC office in protest over the delay in the declaration of election results. The fire caused significant damage to the building and its contents. Eyewitnesses reported that the youth, frustrated by the prolonged wait for the election results, stormed the EC office and set it ablaze. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the entire structure. But in a statement, the director of the Police Public Affairs Directorate, ACP Grace Ansa Akofi, confirmed the arrest and provided details of the preliminary investigations. I know. Now, some of the suspects broke into the school feeding program warehouse in Tamale and made away with some items, including foodstuff. Footages of the attack, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by a team of investigators to get the perpetrators arrested. Once again, we join all voices to condemn such acts of violence and encourage citizens to exercise restraint while we wait on the EC to announce the official results, and also call on the political party figureheads to call their people to order. It's very important that we come out of this alive. And for all those who are engaging in nefarious activities, just know that your party will not be by you when you are in the cooler. So, Johnny, let's stay cool.
Right, let me take you to the center spread of the daily graphic. Political tsunami hits NPP parliamentarians. Story by Albert K. Salia. A major political tsunami has swept away some bigwigs in parliament, with majority of the casualties coming from the camp of the ruling New Patriotic Party NPP, with the National Democratic Congress NDC as the biggest beneficiary. The Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Esla Usu-Akufo, 3-time Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West, Accra,
that was a big one.
Exactly, really big.
Esla Usu.
Really big. Yeah, 3-time Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West in Accra failed in her 4th attempt to annex the MPP's traditional seat, losing to the NDC's Reverend Kweku Ado, who flipped the seat for the first time since his party's 1992 easy victory. Now, other casualties are the Minister of Trade and Industry, K.T. Hammond, MP for Adansi Asokwa in the Ashanti region, who lost to NDC's Godwin Animli Dorani. NPP MP for Ayawaso Central, Accra, and the Minister for the Interior, Henry Korte, who lost to the NDC's Abdul Rauf Tubazi. MPP MP for Nandom, Upper West Region, and Minister of State at the Presidency, Ambrose Derry, who was unseated by the NDC candidate and former Director General of the Ghana Prison Service, Dr. Richard Kuiri. You have MPP MP for Sekendi and Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts, Andrew Ejapamesa, in the Western Region, lost to Blay Nyameche Ama of the NDC. And you have Andrew Apiakubi, who lost to an independent candidate, Ohene Kwame Frimpong. Now, the other losers are the MPP MP for Kwesimintim and the Deputy Minister of Works and Housing, Dr. Prince Hamid Ama, who was beaten by the NDC's candidate, Philip Fifi Bachman. Now, you know Philip Fifi Bachman. He's a lawyer in the Western region, quite dominant in our media space because of the cases he handles. Right. So he's almost, he's a good friend of Akosi Eje, if you ask me. He's always reporting from the court and has an interview with him. Philip Fifi.
So he's been taking up a lot of pro bono cases.
Exactly. Now, the MPP MP for Doma East, Paul Chumberima, was whipped by the NDC's Rachel Owusua. The MPP MP for Mfantsiman and Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Ophelia Mensah Hayford, lost to NDC's Prince Ebenezer Ahing, with the incumbent MPP MP for the Sunyani East Constituency, Kwesi Amea Treme, losing to the NDC's candidate, Saeed Mubarak. And so there's a host of others, including Dakwa Newman, Lydia Seiram, Al-Hassan, Nelson Treme, Umar Farouk Mahama, John Kobna, Nana Eya, John Peter Amewu, Baligi Brights, and some others who all lost their seats in that political tsunami.
Okay, if you stay with the elections, talking about Parliament, Fifi Kwete is a General Secretary of the NDC. Last night he spoke in a press conference that was live on this network, and he said that the party would remain focused and it would use its parliamentary majority responsibly. And he says, quote, "We have secured a very significant majority, and a majority that we aim to use responsibly and for the progress of the people of Ghana." If you work the numbers and some, when you put them together, the NDC seems to have a very strong grip on Parliament following the elections over the weekend. So Fifi Kwete is saying that they do have a very, very healthy advantage, majority, and they intend to use that responsibly.
Meanwhile, Kodeo is asking that we allow the EC to formally declare results. The Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, Kudah, has urged the public to remain patient and allow the Electoral Commission to formally declare the results of Ghana's December 7 general elections. This appeal comes amid growing tensions and a request from the National Democratic Congress for transparency in the process. In a preliminary post-election briefing on Sunday, December the 8th, Kudah emphasized the importance of trusting the constitutional process, noting that the EC's management of ballot counting and polling station setup was largely credible. Now, Kudah's findings revealed that 99% of political party agents and all presiding officers at polling stations signed their parliamentary results declaration forms, underscoring the reliability of the process. So let us wait. Let's give the EC time. That's the message from Kudah.
Caleb, let me quickly bring you a few stories from the Daily Guide. If you jump to page 11, Guan elects first MP. We know the story of that area. Stories by Jibril Abdul Razak, and it says the Guan constituency in the OT region has elected the National Democratic Congress NDC candidate Fred Agbesi as its first member of parliament MP since its creation in 2020. The NDC candidate won by a landslide of 9,963 total valid votes. His closest competitor, Michael Osibo of the New Patriotic Party, only managed 2,998 of the total 13,164 valid votes cast in the area. Now, still on page 11 of the Daily Guide, Kumasi goes dead. Story by James Kwanzaa. The Ashanti region, described as the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party NPP, went dead silent yesterday following the overwhelming victory of the National Democratic Congress NDC in the just ended presidential and parliamentary elections. Kumasi, the boisterous capital of the region, has since Saturday evening, when the counting of ballots and declaration of provisional results at the polling stations began, been quiet with no major business or socio-cultural activities.
A lot more to come up soon on the show, but yes, that was a few from Kumasi and the National View so far. Thank you, Nanatufo Boateng, Nathan Kwao. That was the newspaper review.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Gugomi, at what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same, right? It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car, they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine, they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I'll go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mindset be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
My body, when you wake up in the morning, and you know the money calling, oh, you go work. But you know it's I on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, cause you know it's I on your side. And when you dream, no say I did for you. And when you hustle every day, when you wanna go, anything you do, I did for you. If I believe I did your side. Fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I did your side, fidelity.
Looking for a burst of flavor in every sip? Discover the refreshing taste of Piva beverages. Enjoy the classic Piva Cola flavor, perfect fit anytime. How about a fruity adventure? Try our delightful Piva orange fruit drink packed with recognized citrus flavor. Craving something exotic? Our Piva cocktail fruit drink brings the tropics to you. For a sweet and juicy treat, grab our grapefruit drink and don't miss out on the refreshing Piva Tangerine fruit drink, bursting with tangerine flavor. Piva Cola, Piva Orange, Piva Cocktail, Piva Grape, Piva Tangerine. Grab yours today. Available now at your local store. Call us on 055 00 32231. Piva, a taste you love. This advert is FDA approved.
P for Piva.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
And every day people face different emergencies, police emergencies, fire emergencies, medical emergencies, you name it. But many Ghanaians don't know their emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would want to remember, is star 770 hash. Yes, star 770 hash is the new EcoBank money emergency number. Anytime you need money, do not panic. Just dial star 770 hash and we are good to go. EcoBank is the Pan-African bank. And Nashika Caesar joins us in the studio with the City Business News. Good morning, Nashika Caesar.
Good morning, Caleb. Hello and welcome to the breakfast edition of the City Business News, proudly sponsored by MTN, Goil and EcoBank. My name is Nashika Caesar. Coming up, GCB Capital awaiting release of 400 million cedis to commence payment of second tranche of bailout payment to investment of defunct fund management firms. Also coming up, investor demand for treasury bills and money markets continues to weaken as government again misses its treasury bills target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. And later, commerce and finance sector emerges as largest recipient of secured loans in the third quarter of 2024, accounting for 41.4% of the total value of loans. We settle for the details of our stories now. The GCB Capital has announced that it is awaiting the release of 400 million cedis from the government to begin the payment of the second tranche of bailout payment to investors of the defunct fund management firms. Acting fund managers under the Amalgamated Mutual Fund, GCB Capital disbursed 700 million cedis on October as the first tranche of the 1.5 billion Ghana cedi package announced by the government. Many customers have confirmed receipt of their funds under the initial disbursement. The managing director of GCB Capital, Kofi Elewuku, disclosed to City Business News that the company is actively engaging the government to expedite the release of the remaining funds as scheduled.
Just a month ago, the government availed some additional funding, which we have gone through the process of making available to our clients through the other fund that we manage that bailout process through. Government is expected to provide some further funding, and as and when it does come through, it would also be processed into the investment accounts of the respective bailout clients.
That was the managing director of GCB Capital, Kofi Elewuku, speaking there. Now, investor demand for treasury bills on the money market continues to weaken as the government this week missed its treasury bills target again by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. We have more in this report.
According to latest data from the Bank of Ghana, the government aimed to raise 6.5 billion Ghana cedis from its short-term instruments, but received bids totaling 5.2 billion Ghana cedis, representing an undersubscription of 20%. All the bids tendered by investors for the instruments were accepted. For the 91-day bills, the government accepted all 3 billion Ghana cedis tendered. Similarly, the 1.8 billion Ghana cedis in bids for the 182-day bills and the 359 million Ghana cedis for the 364-day bills were fully accepted. Meanwhile, yields on the treasury bills remain elevated, with interest rates averaging between 27 and 29%. The 91-day bill yielded 27.60%, up 24 basis points from the previous auction. The 182-day bill yielded 28.31%, a 22 basis point increase, and the 364-day bill rose marginally by 3 basis points to 29.9%. Government is, however, seeking to raise 6.8 billion Ghana cedis in its next auction.
That report was filed by Netili Neti Ajahu of the Business Desk. Now, the commerce and finance sector emerged as the largest recipient of secured loans in the third quarter of 2024, accounting for 41.4% of the total value of loans granted by banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions, SDIs, although this marks a decline from 46.7% recorded in the same period in 2023. The sector's dominance underscores its critical role in driving Ghana's economic activities. Here's more.
The services sector followed with a share of 23.7%, while the construction sector received 9.8% of the total secured loans. Other sectors included electricity, gas and water, which accounted for 8.3%, and agriculture, forestry and fishing, which secured 5.1%. Manufacturing received 2.9%, with transport and haulage securing 2.7%. The mining sector, cottage industries, and information and communication sectors received relatively smaller shares of 1.3%, 0.3%, and 0.1% respectively, while other miscellaneous sectors accounted for 4.3%. Geographically, Greater Accra region retained its position as the leading region for secured loans, capturing 62.8% of the total value, although this represented a decline from 75.7% in Q3 of 2023. The Ashanti region and Western regions followed with shares of 19.2% and 4.8% respectively. On the lower end, the OT and Northeast regions recorded the smallest share of 0.02% and 0.10%, highlighting disparities in economic activities across the country.
That report was filed by Citi Business News' Emmanuel Opong. Now, the Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, GSE, Abinamwa, has called for policies to enhance and strengthen capital market roles in the country's economic development. According to her, the capital market plays a critical role in driving development, which can be further enhanced with the right policies, particularly those aimed at boosting capital formation. Speaking on the issue, Madam Abinamwa highlighted the need for stakeholders to recognize the crucial role of SMEs in Ghana's economy as the GSE has tailored its technology-driven initiatives to cater to their needs.
How companies raise capital. Many of the companies we talk to say it's a very cumbersome process to lift from the stock exchange. We want to simplify. We use technology to make the process of putting your documentation, having a data room for investors that can go onto that platform and say, yes, we like this company, SME, here's 500,000, here's 1 million cities, based on what you said and the nature of the management. We want to invest in and help you. So these are all for us very important tools to help companies raise capital as well as investors.
Abinamwa is the Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Now, the National Communications Authority, NCA, has stated that the formation of a joint task force with the Ministry of Roads and Highways, the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association and the Association of Road Contractors to address the growing issues of fibre cuts in the country. According to the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, over the first half of the year, 5,133 underground telecommunication cables owned by mobile network operators were destroyed, resulting in repair cost of 118 million Ghana cedis and negatively affecting customer network experience. In an interview with the media, the Deputy Director General of the Technical Operations at the NCA, Professor Ebenezer Yeboah-Boateng, explained that a task force will oversee road construction projects and work to prevent fibre cuts across the country.
We have had a number of engagements with all stakeholders, including the Ministry of Highways, the Ghana Highways Authority, urban roads, feeder roads, and even the Ghana Contractors, Road Contractors Association, even Grader. And they are all part of this joint task force that I'm talking about. And so the intent is to be able to deal with all the. Together with that, also we have an association of that's called Association of Submarine Cable Operators or Fiber Operators.
Professor Seyewa Watson is the Deputy Director General of the Technical Operations at the National Communications Authorities. Now, on the forex market today, the dollar could be sold to you at 16 cedis 20 pesos. The British pound is going for 20 cedis 20 pesos and the euro at 18 cedis. Remember that these are rates being offered by the forex bureaus to the public. And that's it for the City Business News, proudly sponsored by MTN Goil and EcoBank. My name is Nashika Caesar. Many thanks for your time. Do have a great business day.
For over 60 years, Good Energy has served you top quality fuels. Goil brings you Super XP for a smooth ride. It is available in Goil stations nationwide. Goil Super XP is fortified with special additives which help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Goil Super XP is quality fuel, the ideal choice for most vehicles. Energize your ride with Goil Super XP. Wufilia, huh? Wufefi. Good energy. Joy dia.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees. Mommy chop money. Crash it. Mommy rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the Chop Life we got. Dial *770# for money emergencies and Chop Life.
For emergency access to your bank accounts, transfers, utility payments, loans, and more. Dial *770#. Bank on the go even without data with EcoBank's short code for digital banking. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
And you just heard Nashika Caesar. She brought you the City Business News. Gabby Affair will be joining us shortly with Kickoff. Kickoff is brought to you by Zonda, Shell, and Polytank. Zonda says if you're looking for that one-stop shop for quality trucks like Shantui bulldozers, excavators, graders, payloaders, rollers, power pickups, TX trucks, and oil tanks, all made and assembled right here in Ghana, look to us. We don't only provide you top-notch vehicles, we provide top-notch after-sales services for your heavy and light-duty trucks and machineries as well. So we have 7 branches around the country. Our head office is off the Temaplau Road, close to the Free Zones Enclave. Call us 0501772222, 0501773333. Zonda is built in Ghana and building Ghana. Apo may have swerved you many times in the past, but you see what I'm about to tell you, don't let it swerve you at all. Every Thursday and Friday from November 21st to December the 13th, you can enjoy a 10% discount on all lubricants at Shell Airport's branch. Here are 3 simple reasons why you should get this special offer. Your car will enjoy high quality lubricants, your wallet will save some money, and 3, you and your car and your wallet will be happy, sir. Don't let this offer swerve you. Spark your car and drive into the airport Shell for your 10% discount today. T's and C's apply. And Polytank is the name when it comes to water storage in Ghana. We're the leading. We've been here for 3 decades and we are still going strong. Generations trust us. We are the first, the best, and certainly the original. So go for guaranteed quality. Choose Polytank. Polytank near Papa Nonier. The caution for you is that we do not request for Momo payments online. And Gabby Affair joins us in the studio.
How Madison. Son! They get one back!
Well, Chelsea roared back from 2 goals down to beat Tottenham 4-3 on Sunday, moving just 4 points behind Premier League leaders Liverpool after Arsenal were held by Fulham. We'll run you through the results from match week 15 from the English Premier League. Plus, tell you how some Ghanaian players fared over the weekend at their respective clubs. Thanks to Shell V Power, Zonda GH and Polytan Ghana, Papa Nonye. My name is Gabi Ofer. Alright, so let's start with Ghana's local team, that's the Black Galaxies, and they are looking to get back competing at the CHAN tournament next year. Now, former Ghana captain Abedi Ayew Pele has shared the team to give their all when they challenge for a spot at next year's CHAN tournament. Ghana will face Nigeria in a 2-leg game later this month, looking to secure a slot at the main tournament.
It has been a pleasure for me to have this honor to play against you people today. But what I've discovered, that you have a very good team. Strong physically, technically, wonderful. So for me, the future is in the making. The future of Ghana football is in the making. Because the reason is, when you are born in this country and you are playing for the national team, the bond, the hunger to succeed, the courage, the determination is paramount. You try to do your possible best for your nation. And that is what I'm seeing now. I saw that not only physically strong, but tactically well organized. And it's a very good pleasure for my team to have this experience to play against you people. It's wonderful, and I'm grateful. And I'll make sure that I'll be with you in Accra. Is it going to be in Accra? Yeah, it's in Accra Sports Stadium. To be your first supporter, I've never done that. Yeah. The invitations are too many, but I always try to avoid it. But this time, I'll be there to be behind you and see you go through the process.
All right, so that's a former Ghana captain, Abedi Ayew Pele, speaking after his team played against the Black Galaxies. His team is Nania FC, and that game was played at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. But the Galaxies will face Nigeria in the first leg on December 22 at the Accra Sports Stadium before the return leg later, a week later. Now, away from that, Joseph Pencil led the LA Galaxy to their 6th MLS Cup title on Saturday night as they beat New York Bulls. Now, the Ghanaian forward was on target in a 2-1 win in the final, becoming the 4th Ghanaian to win the Cup. Pencil got the LA Galaxy to a flying start in the game after scoring in the 9th minute of that encounter. Well, taking into Europe, and Cole Palmer's ice cool penalties to Chelsea's impressive comeback as they came from behind to beat Spurs 4-3. Now strikes from Jadon Sancho and Enzo Fernandez, and 2 spot kicks from Palmer sank Spurs, who made a fast start to but then fell apart and then suffered a defeat that adds to the recent pressure for under-fire manager Ange Postecoglou. On the brighter side of things, here's Chelsea's Jadon Sancho.
Yeah, obviously going 2-0 down in the first half, it was not ideal, but I knew when we got that first goal, we'd come back into the game.
Your goal was that first goal. That was important, wasn't it? Because it made the difference, gave you a bit of a platform to talk about at half-time and build on.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, going in at half-time, the gaffer was always telling us like we're still in the game, and I have so much belief in the players, so I knew we'd come back firing.
You have so much attacking talent, and Spurs look defensively a little bit frail at the moment. You always would have felt that there were goals in it for you.
Definitely. They're very aggressive, and we knew we would catch them if we broke the lines and beat their press. So the gaffer always told us in training just to stay wide, especially the wingers, to create the 1v1s and the overlaps for 2v1. So I'm just happy that we got the 4 goals today and the 3 points.
All right, so that's Chelsea's Jadon Sancho speaking there, and Chelsea fans are dreaming of winning the title under manager Enzo Maresca. On the losing side, this is what our Spurs boss Ange Postecoglou had to say.
Yeah, look, it's a sore one for sure. It's painful. We started the game really well. Then we lose Romero. It's kind of nothing's run smoothly for us, and we have to reshuffle, and then they sort of get a goal in that moment. I still thought we had some big moments to get a third and sort of finish the game off. And then our second half was a bit of a ding-dong for quite a while. They obviously scored, but then we had a big chance to all of a sudden swing the game our way, and then we don't take it. And then, 2 penalties weren't great from our behalf. Just a bit more discipline in the box.
All right, so that's Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou speaking there. So Spurs sits 11th, whilst second place Chelsea march on to a title race. Well, results elsewhere, Arsenal had a late goal disallowed as they missed the chance to close the gap on Liverpool to 4 points with a draw against Fulham at the Craven Cottage. Here's what Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta had to say.
Well, very disappointing not to win the game, because I think overall we absolutely dominated the game from the start to the end. We did a lot of the things that we wanted to do in the game. Unfortunately, conceded 1 goal in 1 shot, but the way the team played, the way the team wanted it to win, it was unbelievable and very unfortunate. For millimeters, you win or don't win in this league, and that's the disappointing thing tonight.
All right, so that's Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta speaking after that 1-0 draw against Fulham. Taking into the King Power Stadium, Leicester City and Brighton drew 2-2. Ghana's Tariq Lamptey was on target for Brighton. Manchester United were beaten 3-2 by Nottingham Forest as Ruben Amorim lost for the first time at Old Trafford.
Well, Ruben, not the result you wanted, obviously. What are your thoughts on the game right now?
Tough game. We start really bad. The first play, we suffer a goal, and then it's hard in this context to try to fight that. But we then control the game. We had a lot of situations. We improve, I think, the movement in the last third, especially in the beginning of the first half after the goal of Nottingham. But then we block a little bit the game. We managed to draw the game, and then in the half time we were ready to go for the win, and then start again really bad. 2 goals.
All right, so that's Manchester United boss Ruben Amorim speaking there. For United, they stay 13th on the table, and Forest are up to 5th on the Premier League table. Well, off the pitch, Dan Ashworth will leave his role as United sporting director after just 5 months. Now, Ashworth officially started his role on July 1 after a lengthy period of garden leave at Newcastle, but now part ways following Saturday 3-2 home defeat at Forest. At the Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace and Manchester City played out a 2-2 draw. Here's Pep Guardiola after the game.
We take the point. Again, like the last 8-9 years, incredible proud of the players, how they fought, come back twice. And difficult conditions for always Selhurst Park is difficult for the weather condition for both sides, not just for us. But we fought that as always, and we take the point.
All right, so that's Manchester City's Pep Guardiola speaking. Later today, one more game and the Premier League at 8 p.m. West Ham United take on Wolves at the London Stadium. And for the Merseyside derby between Everton and Liverpool at the Goodison Park, it was postponed on safety grounds because of severe weather caused by Storm Dora. Well, elsewhere in Spain, Iñaki Williams scored for Athletic Bilbao in their 2-0 win over Villarreal. Antoine Griezmann also scored as Atletico Madrid came from behind to end a dramatic victory against Sevilla. Well, wrapping up with tennis, and former Wimbledon finalist Nick Kyrgios has confirmed he'll play his first Grand Slam since 2022 and next month's Australian Open. So, all the best to Nick Kyrgios. That's your sports this morning. For more, you can head to citysportsonline.com and on X at City Sports GHA. Kickoff was proudly brought to you by Shell V Power, Zonda GH, and Politan Ghana, Papa Nunye. My name is Gabi Ofe. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do take care of yourself, and bye-bye.
Politankinye, Papa Nunye, Politankinye, Papa Nunye, Papa Naka Mesio, Papa Nunye Kamesio, only one Politan, strong and reliable, trusted by generation. We want the citizens to buy only Politan. Hey, Politan, hey, Politan, hey, Politan. Politankinye, Papa Nunye, Politankinye, Papa Nunye, Accra Plumbers, say so.
Guys, Charlie, you know that mining contract I've been chasing for years now? I just got awarded the deal.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
Received that salary alert. I made a bold decision to invest a lump sum into the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan, and this means that I will get these alerts every month throughout retirement for the rest of my life. You too can retire on your own terms. Or invest a lump sum in the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan today and receive a monthly income for the perfect retirement. Call Old Mutual on 050-453-4333 or visit www.oldmutual.com.gh to sign up today. Obrapa Ahotongwa.
Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
The Situation All-White Christmas Party is back! This Christmas Eve, forget the usual and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All-White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 Citi FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Eyes, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Papa Nunye, Papa Nunye, Papa Naka Messi, Papa Nunye Kamesi, only one politician, strong and reliable, trusted by generation. We want the citizens to buy only politicians.
Tank in here.
Papa Nunye.
Poly Tank in here.
Papa Nunye.
Accra Plumbers.
Say so.
Are you hoping to start university this January? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our January 2025 intake. Apply now for our foundation program. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
Join the conversation on the City Breakfast Show on Facebook at facebook.com/City97.3, Twitter at twitter.com/City973, and Instagram at instagram.com/City973 with the hashtag CityCBS.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation. This is the City Breakfast Show.
Unleashing the power of relevant radio. This is City 97.3.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Unleashing the power of relevant radio. This is City 97.3.
Farsight Enterprise, to commemorate what? Family TV. yeah, mommy, don't be any me, whoa, I don't want me, me, whoa, and one if me, Big Ben, I know so dumb. That's why, yeah, mommy, don't be any
Ranty Amachi today. Say, Odo. It's 38 after 7 on the City Breakfast Show, 97.3 Citi FM. My name is Caleb Kudah. I'm here with Nanatufo Boating and Nathan Kram. What are we doing for you this morning? We'll bring you a national outlook, a summary of the results we have so far with respect to parliamentary and presidential. We'll get you all the numbers as far as we have them. So far, a total of 157 constituencies out of 276. And Dr. Bawumia, who is the flag bearer for the NPP, he's delivered a concession speech. We'll bring that back to you. We'll have conversations around that. The EC has been in the loop also. Pressure is mounting on the Electoral Commission to deliver the results as soon as possible, given that other institutions or bodies around it have been able to collate their numbers and churn out their own results, especially on the strength of Dr. Bawumia's concession. But there have been legal arguments that the EC's processes won't be the same as other bodies like Odeo, like the political parties, like the media, and so we should give the Electoral Commission time. But this defeat of the NPP has been widely described as a vote against the president and his government, and not necessarily the candidate who's been on the ticket of the NPP. And a lot of reasons have been assigned for this historic defeat. Some of the defeated candidates have spoken to us. Some of the regional party chairpersons have been speaking to us. Importantly, you also will be speaking to us, as we love to hear from you. So 0549-986-996 is the magic number to join us via with your WhatsApp comments. I'm sure at some point we may take your voice notes, but for now, make them your text. We have some dedications for the morning. We'll bring them to you. But guys, we are having a very interesting national outlook. If you look at our data that we've put together so far, Nathan Kwao and Nanatufo Boating, if you go onto our dashboard, you will notice that we've had so far 157 constituencies, results from these places. And so far, if you look at the presidential, the national outlook is that John Mahama is in a clear lead, 58.15%. Dr. Bawumia has garnered 40.01%. If you're looking at raw numbers, you have 2,667,265 for Dr. Bawumia, and then you have 3.8 million, so 3,876,448, which is representing 58.15%. We have the regional numbers, so I'll bring you that. I'll give you a look. I'll give you the Greater Accra, the performance at the presidential level, and contrast that with the parliamentary level as well. So very quickly, if you're looking at the region, the selected region is Greater Accra. The year is 2024. If you're looking at parliamentary, the NPP has won 3 seats in 2024, whilst the NDC has won 20 seats in 2024. Total registered voters, we've had 3,765,494. So I'm comparing the parliamentary and the presidential. If you're looking at presidential, NPP has 562,750, whereas the NDC has 993,435. Percentage-wise, you've had the Greater Accra region give the NPP 62.79% of the total valid votes cast, which is...
Gave the NDC, you mean?
Yeah, I said NPP. Apologies. Give the NDC 62.79%. Total valid votes cast has been 1,558,159. And so far, our results are on the strength of 34 constituencies. We have 34 constituencies here, and total valid rejected ballots is 15,564. Total valid votes cast is 1,597,721. So this is the presidential and the parliamentary outlook. Soon I'll be bringing you details of which constituency in the Greater Accra region voted how, and all of that detail will be bringing you that. But I want to invite Nathan to bring us the Ashanti regional outlook. What are the numbers? Then we can go into the details. For you, bring us Western region, right?
Yes.
These are some of the very important regions whose results generally give you a clearer picture of how things are going to turn out. So, Nathan, you have Ashanti region.
Yeah, if you go to the Ashanti region, for the presidential, you had Dr. Bawumia getting 66.89% of the votes, and then John Mahama getting 31%. If you like your numbers, Dr. Bawumia got 683,019 votes. So far, at least that's what we have. And then John Mahama got 317,106 votes. So Dr. Bawumia 66.89%, John Mahama 31.06%. And then the other parties follow in that order. The other number that jumps out at you is Nana Kwame Bediako getting 12,529 votes. That's very interesting. Doing far better than Alan Tremartin, who got 4,811. So in terms of what the Ashanti region gave Dr. Bawumia per what we have here, this is a 66.89%, which is 683,019 votes. And then John Mahama of the NDC getting 317,106 and 31.06%.
Right. For Western region,
so
how is that region looking like?
Yes, let me take you to the Western region now, and one of the regions that has really caused a major upset for the governing New Patriotic Party. For the presidential results in the Western region, and of course this is data from our own dashboard, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is polling 38.14%. 38.14%. John Dramani Mahama 58.72%. The win margin here is 83,446, and the difference is 20.58%. The total number of registered voters for the Western region stands at 1,289,154. 1,289,154, out of which total votes cast is 415,278. Now, out of this 415,278 representing total votes cast, you have total valid votes being 405,562. So there's some difference of about 9,000 in there, and then if you go further, you find that this 9,000 is captured under rejected ballots, and so rejected ballots is about 9,718. 9,718. So these are results we have put together out for 10 constituencies out of the 17 10 constituencies out of the 17 in the
constituencies
western region.
Right.
Yes, so this is what the picture from the western region.
So we'll be bringing you the heat map, the historical analysis as well. In the Greater Accra region, the margin of win has been, in percentage terms, 27.22%. 27.22%. The win margin, actually, based on the number of constituencies we have now,
yes,
is 430,685. And if you're looking at the region historically, in the year 2020, so let me just start from 2024. The margins percentage-wise is 62.18% for the NDC and 35.22% for the NPP, and this is 2024. If you look at the year 2020, the detail here was 50.30 and then 47.52. Now 50.30 for the NDC and then 47.52 for the NPP. So that tells you that the margin has been widened on that score. If you go back, the NPP held the region by 52%, and this is 2016. In 2016, the NPP had a firm grip on the region by 52%. NDC did 46%. It flipped in 2012, where the NDC was doing 51.77%. NPP was doing 46.43%. So these are the numbers. This is how it's looking across the country. A lot of figures for your early morning, I know, but it is what the time requires. We're just trying to give you a general overview of how the performance of the parties have been like. What is clear, I guess, was the most important thing is that the NDC has won. They've swept Parliament.
Yeah.
Some of the seats are still, collation is still ongoing for some of the seats.
Yeah.
And so we do not have some. But other major constituencies that were firmly held by the NPP, we understanding have been taken over by the NDC. Domi-Kwabenya is one. Tama East is another. Ewutu-Senya East is an interesting one. Second D is another. And
Kwesimintim, Mfantsaman, Adansia Sokwa,
KT Hammond, Hohoe has been taken back. And so
Ayawaso
West Wogan is an interesting one that has been taken by the NDC. So it's a green sweep in Parliament and a greener one on the national level. But we have some important announcements we'll be bringing you in between the conversations. We have Dr. Bawumia's concession speech. We'll be bringing you that. We'll have some interviews as well. So this morning, if you are looking for litigation-free land, Royal Kingdom Estate says they are specialized in land acquisition, construction, design, property management, and more, with properties in prime areas like Accra and Abri, with land starting at 90,000 Ghana cedis. Flexible payment plans are available. Affordable homes are ranging from 2 bedrooms, premium furnished apartments for short rentals in East Airport. Visit us at Cantonment opposite Soul Clinic International School. The numbers to call 055-755-5909, 027-277-8880. Send us an email, info@Royal Kingdom Estate. Royal Kingdom Estate, building communities, nurturing dreams. VW is providing a special deal on the new Terramont Treadline V6 engine. The new Terramont Treadline has space enough to seat 7 adults comfortably. With the 3.6 petrol engine, it comes with a maximum power that takes you and your family to any destination across the 16 regions of Ghana on any type of terrain with the help of its intelligent all-fuel system. As a V6 engine with 280 horsepower, a 4-motion all-fuel drive system designed for speed and safety. Its service interval of 6 months or 10,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, announces the durable components used to build the Amarok. The starting price is 750,000 Ghana cedis. Harry Wastocks, last call us or WhatsApp VW Ghana on 0257 956 688 for more information about our range of models. This is the number to call. We have models like Vetus, T-Cross, T1, Allspace, Terramount, and the Amarok pickup.
Now, their valued customer, when was the last time you used your Zenith Bank account? It's been a while, and we want you to know that we miss you. So this festive season, give yourself the best gift ever. Reactivate your dormant Zenith Bank account and rediscover the amazing benefits of being a member of the Zenith Bank family. Visit zenithbank.com.gh or visit any branch to initiate the process of reactivating your dormant Zenith Bank account. Zenith Bank in your best interest. And gender-based violence remains a critical barrier to achieving equality and accessing essential services in Ghana. That's why in 2007 the Domestic Violence Act was passed, and it criminalizes all forms of domestic violence. And you can help eliminate gender-based violence by reporting any acts of abuse to the appropriate authorities and ensure that survivors receive the care and support they need. Call WAPCAS, which is the Ghana West Africa Program to Combat AIDS and STI, on 0800 123 555 or contact the Domestic Violence Secretariat on 0800 111 222. And if you have a business and you want it to grow well, then you need to download the Bisame app from the App Store or the Play Store. Just register your business, reach more customers, and watch your sales climb higher and higher. And you've got great features like in-app video calls. You have more safety, and it's a wonderful way of expanding your business. Grow your business, connect with customers, and enjoy success with ease on the Bisame app. And Frog is here. No, not what you know, but it's from Wiggle Vision Limited, Ghana's leading technology company. They are giving you Frog, which is the ultimate USSD, OTP, and bulk SMS messaging platform designed to transform your business communication. Ready to take your customer outreach and engagement to the next level? If you are saying yes, then contact Wiggle on wiggle.com.gh or sms.wiggle.com.gh or 0554 170 559. Wiggle Vision, empowering businesses one message at a time.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Driving in a storm, how fit see ahead. Weather forecast a bit nippy ahead. Beggars can't choose, but be picky instead. 95 blues, kick me, I'm dead. Cross my T's and dots my eyes. Stress way, they my chest out ostracized. Registry man, Robert, you smell the ties. Me and I dream be a yaka, I'm cutting ties. My jalabia tailor made, all customized. My English straight pigeon, all bastardized. What I for do? Ignore the bastard guys. I work, they snore, I pass those guys. Thank God it's Friday, of course my mind day. Rise and shine your eye, hustlers wait. All week long we hustle and slave. Trap the non-clays for wages and pay. Cooking in the morning, ensure that Vim day. Weekend so strong helps to shine the weekdays. Mommy say, son, well, God be praised. Well, these days, money be why we day some way. I bathe in faith, no bathe in apes. A basic case of faith in something great, but still, from 6 to 6 with stones and bricks, a building a future. I hope I live to see him. I barely no sleep, he be some way. Boys are bread all week, he be some way. Boys are living, no be cheap, he be some way. But thank God it's Friday. Maybe Jimmy need did a doom so, some way. If we are boy in Soto, he be some way. My woman boy, I dog him, he be some way. But thank God it's Friday. Maybe Jimmy need my gets, mini aje. During the week I'm busy, mini adaje. But I still put in work, sick of dachi. I'm even out before the sun sets marching. So it's 5 on Friday, any ache. Make up verbs are quite me nasi. Health is wealth, I give thanks, me dasi. My use my word as might to buy a sassy. Why would him say, has to know they nap, has to know they sleep, has to know they slack you make wild on the streets, has to know they vex or stress about beef. RIP, laziness, lay a reef. Dance with the struggle, got a million needs. We've been up in here along like Brazilian weaves. One of weekdays filled with
At long last, the battle is over. You must have been far away. And the winning now, I say, I'll when he action and prove my dress. Winning me as shall if it's a Nora. When should I go? Let's manage small. Okay. And then your fire keep on fast. Okay, let me go down.
So for which of the no, it's 7:59 and so is here, Nathan is here, and so Graham is also here. He's our man, he's our data man. So it's good to have you.
Thank you.
It's just about 8. We'll bring you tech and social media shortly, but which of the names that fell really surprised you want to share, you know, that part of the outcome?
Maybe our listeners can also tell us.
Yeah,
the result that shocked them.
That shocked them the most because clearly there's been a tsunami. Parliament has been greenwashed. or if you like, green bombed. It is like the NDC has swept a number of seats in Parliament, and one that would, clearly jump at you is Awutu Senya East. Mavis Hawakumsen of the MPP has lost the seat to Nakoyo of the NDC, and this. Prior to the election, we saw all the banter, the back and forth, the arrest, alleged shooting, and all that. Even in the constituency, there's a reported death. Exactly from Saturday's
about 3 or
exactly
2 or 3 deaths.
Yes,
it's deaths.
Quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. But eventually, Mavis Hawakumsen has lost that seat to Nakoyo of the NDC. If you go to Adansia Sokwa, in the Ashanti region.
Was it surprising?
Quite surprising because there wasn't so much about the NDC candidate in the news.
I thought though that Katie Hammond has struggled with his primaries. And
yes, he did with exactly, but it wasn't quite expected. From my part, it wasn't expected because the visibility of the NDC candidate was not, and you wouldn't expect that he will beat Katie Hammond as he did. And so yes, in Adansia Sokwa, Kobna Tahir Hammond Al-Haji, Minister for Trade, has lost that
there
seat.
Are more big names that will be bringing our listeners, and I'm sure that social media is buzzing with more of these names, so we'll get into tech and social media trends, rope in what people are saying following the outcome of the results we have so far. Tech and social media trends is brought to us by Telecel and First Bank Ghana. Telecel is simply saying that over 50 winners have already walked away with 30,000 Ghana cedis each in a weekly draw and are getting closer to rewarding one customer with a grand prize of 1 million cedis in a Telecel More Money promo. So keep purchasing data, airtime, reload your fixed broadband to get closer to becoming a millionaire. The more you reload, the better your chances. Dial *500#. Send WIN to 500 or visit the Telecel Play app to opt in for free. T's and C's apply. Is a promo that's regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Telecel, connecting energies. And if you're sending money to the Gambia, Guinea, Liberia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, it is much easier now through the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Systems PAPS, which First Bank Ghana makes available to you. All you need to do is to visit any of our branches nationwide with your cash. If you need to receive money, then you open a First Bank Ghana account. It's a way we put you first. Call us on 0596 921 921 to find out more. And I can only imagine the heat on social media, Nathan.
Yeah, it's you can imagine. Lots of the trends are dominated by themes and trends from the election. So let me bundle all of them together. Ghana, Jim Mensah, Domi-Kwabenya, Bawumia, Hawa Kumsin. Congratulations, Mr. President. Mahama, the EC, Katie Hammond, Baba Sadiq, Eslausu. Congratulations, HON. Hashtag JM cometh. Hashtag election results and His Excellency. All of them are referring to different aspects of.
So what are some of the comments people are making?
Okay. So should be interesting to hear.
Yes. So let me go to Eslausu. Eslausu. So people are talking about that. For example, somebody tweeted both Eslausu and Hawa Kumsin lost. Like this tweet, let's celebrate their loss. This one says, bro, people are wicked though. Then
boys no be family.
I tell you, this one, Ghanaians to Kozi, Ma Lydia, Eslausu, Hawa Kumsin, Yecha Omuti. There are 4 short videos here. My favorite among these short videos is General Mosquito, and he's featuring as a meme here. And then so people are talking a lot about that. And then there's a tweet: the man who defeated Eslausu, Reverend Kweku Ado. And there's a picture of Reverend Kweku Ado here, and all kinds of very, very interesting. Some of it are quite funny. I don't want to go into the funny bits there. So those are the things dominating the trends. But despite all of this, there was some football happening.
Okay.
In terms of the Premier League.
Right.
So people were also following the Premier League. So Chelsea FC trending, Spurs trending, Badiashile, Fulham, hashtag TOTCHE, Sanchez, Tottenham, Cole Palmer, and Enzo Maresca. Why? Because Chelsea beat Spurs. They came back from 2 down to beat Spurs by 4 goals to 3 at the Tottenham Stadium. People are talking a lot about that. Quickly to some tech news, and this morning I'm focusing on TikTok. Okay, now last Friday, a U.S. appeals court upheld the law that required TikTok to just give me a second, to be sold off from its Chinese parent company ByteSize or face a ban. Okay, so the US government has been on TikTok's case for a very long time. They want the ownership to move away from the Chinese or the Singaporean who owns it, because they believe it's a tool that the Chinese government will use to spy on people. Now, under the new law, app stores could face major fines if they continue to host TikTok following the deadline. This deadline is the 19th of January. In the US, after the 19th, TikTok will not be working there, or at least that is the idea.
I see.
There. So this war is ongoing, and we'll see what the Chinese will do, or what TikTok will do if it still wants to stay in the United States and be used by the several million people who use it currently.
Tech wars, giant wars, and that was tech and social media trends with Nathan Crow.
For a bank to rely on, let me give you a shoulder to lie on. We do we seek out to bank if pray, no lie. Only one place where I get my eye on. Make I introduce you all to First Bank, the best services in the world, first rank. Customer service, everything is well planned. I make music, I travel, I sell land. They be my reserve tank. Cause every time I know my money's safe. Universal banking, it's in me here on the date. I'm a busy person, me no many time to wait. Now I got to Spain, even when I'm in the States. My me blue shirt. They tell me office a chilly, but who cares? Cause I bank with the best. I'm lucky, I'm too blessed. When it comes to First Bank, it's too west. Everything is you first.
Nobody feed you, I'm like us. First Bank will treat you first. Treat you first. Somebody see think about you first. Think about you first.
You first. First Bank.
Kind of way, tell you so the more money promo now.
Everybody likes money, but what do we like more than money?
At long last, the battle is over. You may say me for a Kenya way, and then when you now I say. Approve my gesture. Wouldn't me as if it's a mirror.
When should I go? Let's manage small.
And then your fire and keep on pass.
Okay, let me go down.
So boy. Message for Kenya way. Ada a soldier for any security for any police for Omubaye Edi Omo awon je beta ye chi. Message other media for the na ase. Dudonu yeni amu ashazi enura. Now it has been a long day. Now me fa akonya we so asasu ada Mrs. Penny Honorable Sophia Akwaku Ase ono na otete me 20 from emra obaye no otete me za na ne babedu impepesi iti asida kese eko emano atosipio the Basabinda Honorable Mohammed Nuriki Ase the Parliamentary candidates 2016 also in our home days the PPR at the Atabechi in this political journey. Now the Basabinda Fakwena and that executive constituency executive for the Nase Titu the Vice Chairman Aya Wisdom Amegbeji the Constituency Organizer Edem Agenesia the Women Organizer Semira Tusabi the Deputy Youth Organizer Joseph Kwame Adongo any executives Mr. Amadeka Champagne Enna Auntie Grace the Samson Fakwenya will under all the work coordinators, branch executives, and my campaign yase, Mutina Mutete, Nami and Shamo, Webshare, Domi-Kwabenya, this is the Shano, Yanzaka, the Bilaka, the election director. I would
at your service. Unleashing the power of relevant radio. This is Citi 97.3.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Everybody that's existing got a mind of their own. We're all kings and queens with a throne of our own. Trying to raise our families in a healthy home. We gotta learn to stick together, hate to be here alone. Cause the world is a place that will eat you alive in one day. Said the world is a place that you can't survive without faith. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around.
Unleashing the power of relevant radio. This is Citi 97.3.
That we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war, and our children will play. One day.
Welcome back. It's 11 after 8, and I'm here with Nanatu Fobo, Nathan Kwao, and my brother Susu Graham. Before we went on the tech and social media trends, we were having a conversation about KT Hammond.
Yes.
Guess what? The name of the gentleman who even kicked him out is not one that is very memorable in our political...
Like I was saying, he wasn't dominant in the media space. It's like he kept a very quiet campaign, did his door-to-door retail campaign, and he beat the old man.
With 1,024 votes.
Yes, because at the end of polls, he polled some 14,229,000, and you had KT Hammond polling 13,275. There was a CPP candidate in there who polled some 346 votes. Not much of a difference, but clearly you can tell that this man Godwin Animli Dogbaji Dorani really did the work underground, kept it to the floor, quietly did his campaign, and then unseated Katie Hammond. I mean, Adansi Asokwa, the people have really spoken. Wow. They have spoken.
It would be good to talk to Godwin and Nimli Dogbaji Dorani to find out, how this operation was done. But
he might not give you the details, but it will be quite interesting to know what strategy he employed.
It appears even away from the constituency level, for the kind of portfolio he occupied and his performance and conduct in Parliament, even at the national level, if people were dissatisfied with the system and there was a tsunami sweeping, I think that Katie had lost his currency in the public domain with the kind of comments he was making. He was in Parliament in the dying embers. You saw how he was conducting himself. Later, he said he would take one of his colleagues to the police for assaulting him.
That's Cletus Savage.
Exactly. He said he had assaulted him and all that. Comments he made about the youth and coconut head and all of that. And even when you look at how he handled the cement prices
and
the industry players, there was a particular meeting where he asked part of the group to walk out of the meeting, or he was not going to be there. I think Katie Hammond, if his water is kept too long in the bottle and people were just tired and they took him out. The other name that surprised me,
I'll take you to Ablekuma West.
My goodness.
Ablekuma West. Esla Osu Akufo. A 3-time member of Parliament for Ablekuma West. She lost the seat to Reverend Kweku Ado of the NDC, and Reverend Kweku Ado secured 31,866. 31,866, while Esla Usuekufu polled some 26,575 votes.
That's a 5,000 margin.
Exactly.
5,291 difference. It would be good to know from Godfred what has led to this, because also getting to the getting closer to the election, we saw a lot of football games being organized in the name, some musical concerts here and there, but it looks like then the people of Ablekuma West have also had enough.
Yeah, well, and there were challenges in the area, especially around the Bigbe areas, because the sea was literally wiping away the communities there. And then you hear Esla say to them more like a blackmail, because if you tell me that I should vote for the MPP to continue with the sea defense, as if it is not a responsibility of the government.
I mean, after 8 years, right?
Exactly.
And the argument there was that I heard the news. Yes, it was one time you were on the news and there was a voice of her. She was saying that the government, the NPP government, is constructing the sea defense wall, and that if they voted against the NPP, then it was going to stall. So they should vote Bawumia to ensure that there is continuity on that particular stretch. But I mean, if the people have been impacted by this incident for 8 years, are we
exactly?
Now
well, it's fine to ask for continuity of governance, continuity of development, but not when it's about a week or 5 days to elections. I mean, we've seen the fiasco of the last minute inaugurations and its impact on the elections, because the thing is too close. The people have not experienced it to be able to form form a decision out of it. You get it, but you can pardon them. These are ongoing projects. They didn't just spring up overnight. These are projects that were ongoing. Perhaps it was the completion that coincided with the election. However, it is too close for people to experience and form or jump to informed positions, or to even alter their voting choices based on these inaugurations.
So that if user experience of projects could contribute to votes, then
I have a slightly different view, because one of the commissioned ones was the flower pot interchange. I've been on this show, I've spoken about sometimes I use every day.
So did that
but you see, the issue is that they still work. They are still working. So as you pass, they are still working. They are still doing things. So it looked desperate, because even though it's inaugurated, okay, it's now helping traffic a bit. The road is a bit more open and that kind of stuff. There's still little things being done around. There's still some 1-2 happening. So it's like
it was rushed.
It looks like, okay, we are happy you've opened it for us to use, but there's still things being done. So it wasn't really the time to because the way I understand these things, you commission it when you finish the project.
Yeah.
If you are commissioned to say it's ready to open, then you do need an elaborate ceremony to do that. Wouldn't you just tell us that it's ready to open?
Well, for political gains, certainly.
So you think the flamboyance is to score political points?
And you also have to think about the fact that just because you've opened it 1 week to election, it definitely won't affect the votes, because if the construction and the traffic has been stressing us for years,
8 years
or something, no one is going to feel like, oh,
after
1 week, oh,
that's exactly my point.
Everything will come.
The user experience it's not enough to translate it.
Don't get me wrong, you can feel the experience,
Yeah.
you can feel the difference. Like I said, it's a place I use every day. If I have to leave my house to come into town, I have to pass there, unless I'm going towards the Tema area. So there's no way I won't use that area. But there's still things being done. There's still painting. There's still this. There's still that. So it's like you are feeling like, okay, why? Like, do you need? We need to go through this elaborate process to just open it.
Or we could have waited till final completion.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then, yeah.
You know,
well, but I mean, Caleb, in the Ablekuma West area, this Reverend Kwekuado, and thanks to Rachel Engman of the City Newsroom, she tells me that, I mean, the man has lived in the community for 46 years.
Wow.
Okay.
And so he knows the ins and outs of the area. He did more community engagements, especially in the deprived areas like Opetekwe, Glefe, Mpoase, and other areas there. So really, I mean, the battle is on the grounds. You understand? Not in the media.
Right. So I mean, this part of the conversation reminds me of our conversation with the Western Regional NPP chairman, with Richard Delaska yesterday. Thank you very much. He made a point that the Western region has almost become a construction site, because everywhere you go in the last couple of months there is work ongoing. He blamed the sweep of the region by the NDC on the poor quality of roads that they've had in the region. And you know, for a very long time,
infrastructure deficit.
Anytime we open the phone lines, messages you hear from the Western region, they tell you that, look, we are resource rich region, we have all the minerals that are contributing to the GDP and the economic growth of our country. But in terms of the quality of our roads, we feel that we've been denied, we've been robbed for a very long time. But then he goes to say that, look, they feel that for a long time the government has not listened. The word he used was listened, because when he was asked, should the executives resign en bloc for failing the party, his argument is that as a party, we've always reflected the needs of the people to the government. So you don't come and we don't have a construction site, a region turned over into a construction site where machines are moving here and there. Suddenly there's drip, and then they're supposed to be fixing roads here and there within a short time, and you expect that the people would then vote for you. There was even the issue of the statue that was commissioned at the place where the roads were not even functioning. So it appears that the last minute commissioning and projects coming up quickly overnight have not really translated into good fortunes for the New Patriotic Party.
And of course, it spoke heavily to the desperation, if you like, of the government, because 8 years prior, John Mahama and the NDC did similar things. Weeks to an election in 2016, and I remember
the commission of the Circle Dubai.
They
shipped in Sophia from Nigeria to come and make us happy.
You know, people were very upset about that, and the sentiment was that they were going to get punished at the polls, and they did. So I was quite surprised that the NPP that benefited from that episode had quickly forgotten that they were also going to try the same thing from the same playbook. I found it really interesting that they were going to do the same thing. The president was here commissioning or inaugurating projects left, right, and center. And you could tell that people were still not happy at all. And I thought it was too late in the day for anything to change, right? For it to change the minds of the people who were very displeased with the government.
I mean, a number of arguments can be thrown out there regarding these projects and the commissioning or inauguration that followed. I mean, like I've stated, one could be that the projects were ongoing.
Yes.
And
Fair
point, right?
And we also
and then
talk
they said
about
that
the financial situation the government was in meant that, let's be fair, a lot of these projects, there is money. You need money.
You need money.
So the financial situation the country is in, it was going to be difficult for some of these things to continue, and funding had to be moved around. And
exactly.
That kind of
So that's
that
one.
Away from it.
The second one could be for the political experience we've talked about, and then the third one, perhaps, if you like, is for legacy sake. But if I commission, it's my name on the plaque, right?
Yeah, I started it, or I completed it, so my name must be there.
Yeah. Right, Caleb, let me give you another upset, a big one for that matter. So we're moving from Ablekuma West in the Greater Accra region. I'm taking you to Ayawaso Central. Central. Okay. Minister for the Interior and NPP MP for the Ayawaso Central constituency, Henry Korte, was unseated.
Who unseated him?
Charles.
Do we know him?
No, he was unseated by Abdul Rauf Tonjem Tubazu.
This is giving me David and Goliath vibes.
Okay, he has his nick. Is it Golden Boy or something? He has some nickname.
There's a funny story from the 2020 elections, right? Because in 2020, the story is told that Tubazu thought that he had won and had left the collation center all powdered and everything, jubilating, going home, and then only to be phoned that Masa, some 5,000 votes have caused your defeat. You understand? So let me just give you the results from 2020 then, where Henry Korte polled some 33,003. 33,003 votes, and then Abdul Rauf Tonjem Tubazu of the NDC polled 28,363.
From 28,000,
yes,
263. Well, and this year he had 29,755.
A better performance than he put up in 2020.
And Mr. Korte had 23,345.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, Tubazu has done but that I'm sure this time he stayed at the collation center, stayed as vigilant as ever, because he I mean, if you listen to him in interview, he still argues and insists that in 2020 he won.
He won, yeah.
He insists, he's so convinced that he won, but does not know what happened.
And I think, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel that the outcome of the election petition after the 2020 election has made the NDC very vigilant this time around. That
of course
they are, so vigilant, so keen on the outcome. They are not going to bed until they are declared winners.
I wouldn't even say necessarily just the NDC. I think citizens in general.
Basically,
I think it was everybody was very vigilant. Even people who are not politically,
they were literally policing the process.
Like aligned.
They
felt that look, we voted. We want to see the results. We want to make sure it's exactly what we voted for, who we voted for, and the will of the people is respected.
So Henry Korte is down.
Tubazu taking over Ayawaso Central. Dakwa Newman, Okankwe South. Dakwa Newman also down. She also suffered a defeat in the area.
That was a surprising one for me. It was not a constituency I thought the NDC would win.
Is that so?
Yes, I thought that Adomako, the NDC's candidate, Ernest, I think his name is Keon. I thought he would put up a fairly good showing, and then maybe 2028 after he had maybe become a bit more entrenched in the constituency. Then he would have a stronger chance. I did not see this coming at all. But also primarily because when we had our reporter and my colleague Gabi Ofe of the City Sports, that he was working in that constituency. And he would say that you speak to people, and those who were for Dakwa Newman were very open with their choice and preference. Whilst the people who maybe had a preference for Keon did not say much. Right, so it really did not. You couldn't get the full picture of the constituency by just sampling some of those opinions, especially when people did not state their preference. So it was a huge shocker on election day, and there were some incidents there. And once those incidents started coming, it diverted my mind to the fact that what could be happening? It's something.
I believe that was one of the more chaotic constituencies.
It was especially
on election day.
St. Teresa's polling station. There were 2 or 3 incidents in that general.
There was a man with a gun. The fake ballots that were supposedly found and destroyed.
Yeah,
and
a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos.
So Ernest Adomako, congrats to him.
Quite a resounding victory, actually. 32,691, representing 57.10%. As against Dakwa Newman's 24,263, representing 42.38%.
That was resounding.
So yes, it was an absolute weapon.
I think the last days of Lydia Al Hassan didn't bode well for her. And some people thought that John Dumelo could have won the previous one, and so then there was a lot more effort into Ayawaso West Wogon this year. But I saw the numbers; it was almost double in terms of the margin. What's the data you have?
Well, so the first I want to say is that he lost the last election by 2,000 votes, and about 80,000 votes were cast in the last election.
80,000, and
yes.
He lost by 2,000.
He lost by 2,000. So that alone should tell you that.
And historically, that's the best the NDC had done.
Exactly. That was a sign that he was doing very well, and that Ma Lydia had to have a very good performance. She had to really impress to keep the seat this time. But you look at the seat this time, and it's like her lead was evaporated because John Dumelo got the same around. He got the extra 2,000 votes he needed. But Ma Lydia lost about 13,000 votes in that same time.
Maybe for context sake, maybe you should give us the numbers from 4 years.
Yeah, I'll just do that quickly. But I'm just saying. So John Dumelo had 40,000 this time. Ma Lydia had about 27,000. But if you take it to 2020. So let me just do that. It was Ma Lydia had 39,000 and John Dumelo had 37,000. You see, so it's almost like he kept his votes and Ma Lydia lost votes.
Yeah,
and he also won every polling station on campus. And the argument was that the campus votes cost him the last time. He wasn't able to connect with the students.
Were not on campus.
I voted on campus, and I spoke to one of the EC guys at my polling station. He said he felt like the students weren't coming. He didn't understand because they were on campus. So he didn't understand why they were not coming because he felt that the last time he was here, because he was at the same polling station, the number of people who had come by that time, and the number who had come by the time I went around 9 a.m., 10 a.m., had significantly reduced. So maybe these new students, they were not able to reach them. And it's even more concerning for the MP because these new students are supposed to be the free SHS graduates they were targeting. So if these guys were not willing to come out and vote, that would have been a big problem for them. And it was probably part of their strategy that these guys are the ones who've benefited from free SHS. They should come and vote for us. So if they're not able to reach them in that way, you can understand why it's like, okay, this would be a big issue for them. So I believe that the inability to win on campus hurt them because if you look at the way the constituency is, there's a lot of areas that will vote NDC, like Bawumia and stuff, high population density. So if you don't get campus, which is the other high density area, to vote and offsets that, you won't do well. So I believe that once Dumelo won that whole area, won every polling station on campus, it was a wrap.
So I'm seeing a margin of about 13,184. So that's just how much the candidate for the NDC.
And it was 2,400 to be exact about.
From the previous year.
Exactly.
From 2,400 to more than 10,000.
And like we said, he actually gained votes and she lost significantly. Because if you add it together, it was about 78,000 the last election. This election is about 67,000 votes.
Interesting.
John Dumelo literally lived on campus.
He literally
lived on campus in the past year.
Look, I saw videos of him. You know, these students, musicians, they have their studios. I saw him listening to unreleased music and things, playing PlayStation and things. He was in the trenches. And you know,
to win the hearts of the people, you have to be with the people.
My lady said she's your mother. Your mother can't be with you in the studio like that. So maybe.
No, but there was the point. I thought I saw her drive them in a bus. She was on the stage dancing with them.
Your mother can drive
but
you,
not in the studio.
But she can't be in the studio.
That's a different vibe altogether, right? Interesting. So who else has fallen?
Mavis Hawakumsen.
Oh man,
a big one. Mavis Hawakumsen.
No, who close the sea for us?
We need to go and take the key. Awutu Senya East, Mavis Hawakumsen. She lost the seat to the NDC's Phyllis Nakoyo Okono, who polled some 50,886 votes against Mahawa's 46,638
Where from
votes.
the Ma, Lydia Ma,
They are mothers. You understand? They are showing motherly love in their constituencies.
Out of the goodness of their hearts.
But unfortunately, it was not replicated this time. Hopefully, somebody learns Ma Lydia's dance. That
challenge is survived.
It was the last move for me. I have to say.
Of all things, that's the one video people are requesting to see on Backpage this weekend.
You know, there's a longer video.
Oh yeah,
there's a longer video.
I haven't seen that
of the various candidates. Who were at that rally?
Yes,
and they were introduced to the crowd. So everybody comes.
Yes. It was the final rally they did.
Yes, on Thursday before the election. Everybody comes, and then everybody comes to do some two steps, some jig. So I said,
Ma Lydia.
No. You know, sometimes when you're coming off a bad vibe or a negative vibe, you tend to do much to restore. And I'm sure she felt she needed that visibility after what happened on the day of the special voting and all that.
The food sharing episode, the interview on the
you guys think that whole food sharing thing costed votes?
It could be. I get that.
I feel like the gap, when the gap is big like that, I feel like
it can deep rooted.
I feel like she never had, like, when the gap is big like that, you're infused. If it had been maybe 2,000, 3,000 votes, you can feel like okay. But when you lose, I felt she lost, and she lost that many votes. I feel like her bed had been laid already. She just didn't.
You know, I was and Mariah was telling me something that, so we're having a conversation around IRC West Morgan. She believed that John Dumelo was going to win, and I said, "Why do you think John Dumelo?" She said, "Listen, the man is on campus." And before you're making that point, you made that point.
He lived literally on campus. He was there every single day.
All the time. Okay. He's on campus all the time. And like her friends and juniors who are in school and some who work at the university will tell her that John Dumelo is here all the time. The woman is rarely here. And then she shows up to drive a shuttle and things. Those last minute shenanigans, they rub people off very wrongly. And even if they are not too sure what to do, some people make a firm decision just by watching some of these shenanigans and say, you know what, we are not going to vote for you.
We are not respected.
Yes, and people feel very disrespected by some of these late night shows.
It's a massive sweep, gentlemen, and we are actually trying to do the analysis for some of the individuals who lost theirs. Some individuals, some of the candidates who lost their seats, we're trying to wrap our heads around it. We'll come to the national level also, but at any point, we are happy to take your comments. 0549-986-996, 0549-986-996 is the number. And then alongside, we'll be bringing you a blend of the figures, the data from the national level. Susu Graham is here. He'll be telling us from Upper East all the way down which of the constituencies we have. How is it looking like at the parliamentary level, at the presidential level? So if there's any constituency you are looking for figures for, let us know. We are able to share the details with you as we have them. But Nathan, you're going to make a point.
Yes, I was just going to ask what could have happened to her Kumsin. I really thought she had that constituency on lock. Yes, it really looked like she was somebody who was very dominant in that constituency. That loss is a shocker to me.
I think we need to credit her opponent. She has pulled up.
Nakoyo has been through a lot, right? She has been through a lot. Just by watching some of the one-on-one interaction she's had with her Kumsing and all that. Every time some of those videos come out, people watch those videos, walk away feeling a bit more sympathetic towards her than against Hawa Kumsing. Now you look at Hawa Kumsing's own missteps throughout the years. Let's say in the last 2 to 3 years, the alleged gun firing episode, everything that has happened, the vetting, if you remember, the very infamous funny clips from all of those things, and then the shenanigans on election day. Right,
so this affection, groundswell of disaffection,
and all of this, or it could just be people just have a brilliant way.
Nakoyo did a good job at campaigning on local issues, and if you look at the area, it had more to do with development, security, and the likes. But one thing, if you ask me, she did well was to create the picture or the image in the minds of the constituents, one of the oppressor and the oppressed.
Interesting,
right?
Because, like you're saying, anytime you listen or watch an engagement between her and Hawa Kumsen, that is basically your takeaway.
The last time she was like, "That's my daughter. Okay. My last daughter is older than you." Some very condescending kind of tones.
She did a good well funneling that particular type of, and you see, it eventually has paid off.
I want to say, from a numbers perspective, it was a close race the last time. She lost. She got Hawa Kumsen got 52% of the vote. So it's not a commanding lead. If you're in that situation, any misstep, because remember, every election, one vote you lose. If the other person gets one vote, that's 2 votes.
That's 2
at once. You see. So if you are only at 52%, winning margin of about 5,500. You need to be strong. You need, because this is one of the biggest constituencies in Ghana. 150,000 registered voters. So that 5,000 gap. It's not significant in the context of the community.
Exactly.
In the sense that, look, it's what, if my math serves me right, maybe like what, 3% of the 3-4% of the voting population is your gap.
Number.
If that's your gap, she can easily get 3-4% with good campaigning. So I don't think Hawa Kumsen's position was that strong. So she had to have a very good campaign to keep it. And I think if you look around, a lot of the MP people who fell, if we were to look closely, you see that there are gaps. Though they have strong seats that have traditionally voted for them.
The opposition had done a good job closing the gaps over the years.
And I think with a lot of things that happened the last 4 years, with the economy generally speaking, inflation, debt exchange, you can go on and on about some of the things that happened generally. Your party was weakened, which is what we saw in the presidential election. And I think it will affect you at a local level, because even because of all the economic issues, your development projects will slow down. The money for those things will slow down. So I just feel like everything just coming together. I think it was a perfect storm, really, for some of these candidates.
If you are listening to us and you are in Utusinya East, Kaswa surrounding areas, send us 0549 986 996. You live there. You are on the ground. Let us know
what the issues
are and what you think tilted the constituency
in the favor of
Nakoyo's favor.
Now, while we talk about some of the big names that are falling, there are some names that were trying to rise up. Now they were pushed back to fall. I was shocked at the Jokuku's situation.
Before we move on to the big names that fall, we have to talk about, I don't know if you've spoken about this constituency. Yes, Domi-Kwabenya. It's not a big name, but it's a big MPP seat.
Yes,
and a big name in the sense that
there's a big name. It's the biggest.
You see, and it's a big name populous. In the sense that Mike Okwe is a junior. A big name, but it's number 2. So someone who thought had a lot of
political clout,
political capital in the constituency
as an ambassador. His father is a former speaker, and a colossus.
But like you're saying, you see, that constituency situation was so unique. Because there was a sitting MP. For whatever reason, she went away, I think on health grounds. Nobody knew what was happening. Now, her absence leading to the primaries caused a major issue. So she came back just in time for the primaries.
And insisted on contesting. I feel if she had just conceded and left it to Mike Okwe, then it would have sent a better signal amongst the constituents and given Okwe a much better platform to engage and to campaign more. You understand? But this was a close race, actually. If you ask me, it was a very close race.
I live in that constituency, and something I observed. I don't know whether now you can call it major or minor. About 2 or so months to the election, or let's say 3 months to the election, the NDC was extremely visible in the area
with floats
very good walks. At least around the Musuku roundabout area, right down to Food Yard, and let's say down to the Atomic Down roundabout, just that radius. Almost every evening the NDC would move around, playing loud music, having walks, going around, all of that. I did not, the MPP was visible, but you could tell the difference. You could tell that one camp was very invigorated. The other camp was almost like going through the motions. There was a walk.
You think there was complacency there?
I can't tell whether it was complacency or a campaign that just didn't have enough life in it.
The momentum wasn't there.
Yes, I saw Elituni Makurugu a few times in the constituency in the build up to the election. I did not see Michael Kwe Jr. I don't know whether he was in the jurisdiction or some people allege he was not in the jurisdiction. I cannot confirm. I'll dig and find out. But I thought for an election where Elikpin Magugu had garnered about 50,000 votes 4 years ago. I think the NPP should
have faced there with a divided
No
house.
way. They could not have gone into that election hoping that business as usual would have won them the seat. Especially looking at all the factors. Adjoa Safo's absence, her actions or inactions, or her role or lack of in this e-levy drama that played out in Parliament. Then the weight of her dad's influence in the constituency.
The Taifa side
very
of
good.
Things.
Okay, and then the eventual split, if you like, quote unquote, it kind of created in the MPP where one camp clearly liked Adjoa Safo. They were willing to go with her. Now the fact that she lost the primary would mean that there will be people who definitely were not going to vote.
Or were not going to campaign.
They were not campaign at all for Michael Quay. So I just.
The mashke machines on the own chef.
No, it's interesting because I actually got a post from someone who lives in the constituency who shared an image of the former constituency organizer. You know, he took a photo with Adjoa Safo, shared online and said, when you have a sweet boss. So clearly, Adjoa Safo still has, even though she lost the primary, she still has, some people among the leadership in the executive.
And we did not see her even campaigning for Okwe in the constituency. She was more on Bawumia's team than in the constituency.
So would you say, I'll bring Susu in quickly, but would you say that Michael Quay Jr. was able to handle her defeat well, sway her supporters towards him and get them to...
I don't think we can point fingers only at Michael Quay. I think that the party
in the constituency
should have understood what had happened. And then try to get it together.
But he's the one on the ticket down, so he had a responsibility to
maybe he did it.
I'm saying that he did, but ultimately the party benefits if he wins, right?
The party.
I think the MPP should have been very concerned about Elikpin Makugu's 50,000 or so votes from 2020. Once I saw that number, I kept saying that something funny could happen then, something absolutely wild could happen, and it looks like it has happened. Elikpin Makugu has flipped it.
She flipped it with some 51,634 votes. Michael Quay garnered 50,000.
Close, but at least she's taking the seat.
And this is the biggest constituency we have in the country, isn't it?
It's mostly, I would say, it's MPP voter apathy, because she actually lost votes. She actually lost votes compared to last election. She lost about 1,000 votes.
This is Elikpin?
Yes, she lost about 1,000 votes compared to last election. But the MPP candidates, Adjoa Safo got 75,000 in the last election,
and
Michael Quay got 50.
Yes,
so
she went 25,000.
Yes, 25,000 votes disappeared for the MPP.
So people didn't show up to vote.
That seems to be what
if Adjoa had really campaigned for Mike,
those 25,000 votes probably, even if he got 10. He wins the election.
He wins it.
So 25,000 votes disappearing for a candidate, because you went from 128,000 votes in the constituency to 103,000. So that is a pure example of a base that is, it seems very loyal, but did not like the candidate. So rather than go vote for the opposition, they stayed at home. So it's going to be a very tough ask for her to keep the seat. Looking for it, but that's a conversation.
It depends on what the NPP will do, and
of
what
course,
will
it also
happen.
depends on how they will mend. They have, because this clearly shows that a 75,000 high of 4 years ago to now 50,000, they need to figure out what to do. Do the people like the choice of candidate? Okay, what do they change Michael Quay? Do they come to a decision and say, you know what, let's just do we want to give him another try, or we want somebody else to try and represent the constituency? That's a question they will have to answer there. But like Susu said brilliantly, this is a case of a base that just didn't like what was happening. They decided to stay away. The numbers say so, and somebody else takes it as a consequence.
Some of your comments have come in. I'll bring them in shortly when we are back. Susu, loads and loads of comments actually. So we'll stay with Susu on the data, look at the national outlook, the parliamentary ones. But let me rope in some of your comments quickly and bring you some important announcements as well. This is 97.3 Citi FM. It's the City Breakfast Show. It's been 2 days after Election Day. We are waiting on the Electoral Commission, but so far we have results from some of the constituencies constituencies, and we're putting together some of that for you. Out of 276, we have 153 constituency results, and the picture is much clearer. I mean, it's been clear for a while. NDC is in the lead. NPP's flag bearer has conceded to John Mahama. We have his voice. We'll be bringing that to you shortly as well. But here are some of your comments coming through. Good morning, City CBS team. The Greater Accra results was just a banger. Ablekuma West, Ablekuma North, Okankwe South, all Tema seats. Wow. I vote in Ablekuma West, Datu School to be specific. NPP has never lost a polling station since 2004. This year, they lost 5 out of 6 polling stations. Serious lessons on leadership must be learned from this. Eric from Dansuman sent that through. And Dennis Adusu from Dansuman says, I am happy Esla lost. I am a resident of Ablekuma West, and she lost touch with us at the constituency level a long time ago. Hi friends, the writing had been long written on the wall. The corruption, greed, effrontery, deceit, arrogance, etc., was just too sickening. I voted strictly according to my conscience. I sure hope lessons have been learned. And this is from Florence at Greta Estate. Truth be told, I could have ousted Katie Hammond. He's become repulsive. Esla, Katie Hammond, Opoku Prempe, a hand-time party. You add, I don't know why people are. People are
cool down.
Voice vexed.
Charlie, the people are tending to their wounds. Let's not add salt to injury. Why?
So this one says, although I wanted Katie Hammond to lose, I didn't know he was actually going to, because that seat was falla for the NPP. I am so happy. That man insulted the youth when he said that the youth had it's fine. No. Actually, I can't read that.
Stay away.
I can't read that, brother. This one says, I am very happy that we have rescued this country from the hands of an insensitive crop of people. Taxes were killing our businesses. Companies were relocating to neighboring countries, all in the name of exorbitant taxes. Congratulations to John Mahama for this historic victory. Bakayoko from Suhum sent that through. We asked you to deal with Galamsey. You felt more intelligent than every opinion. Researchers, organized labor, CSOs, did you think we were timid to be influenced by sloganeering and money sharing? Watch all those government officials who were ear deaf on this, and they are out, including the lands minister. NDC should learn. We still have our tools of accountability, our voting right. Mauli, is Damongo really gone yet? We are not.
We're still waiting for confirmation from Damongo. Damongo is having a lot of challenges this year. We even hear that the EC's office there
got bent,
and
some
that,
12 persons have been picked up in connection to that. So we cannot confirm yet that Damongo is gone. But on Domi-Kwabenya, every discussion should be done bearing in mind the low turnout, which was less than 50%. I think that was captured as well. So thank you for sending that through. Loads of messages. We'll be bringing all of them to you. Susu Graham is here. Nathan Kwao and Nana Tufo Boating. I am Caleb Kudah. It's 48 hours after 48, right? Or it's more than 48?
A few more than 48. But yes, basically 2 days.
2 days after election day.
5 p.m. will be 48 hours since polls ended.
Right. Yes, 5 p.m.
Voted on
48
Saturday,
exactly.
Great. Yeah. So we are waiting on the Electoral Commission,
who has 72 hours,
and she has access to wait.
No pressure. No pressure.
But the most important thing,
I don't think she should be pressured into declaring, because you see, truth be told, her collation is more elaborate than whichever body, whether political party, media house, observer group, or whatever. Her collation is more elaborate. The EC's collation
is what will be historically
exactly
there. So it has to be perfect.
That is the actual record. That is the actual register. So no pressure.
So guys, all around the constituencies who are also waiting, I mean, be vigilant, but don't engage in any rowdy activity. Don't forget, if you are picked up, you will be in the hands and the grips of the authorities long after today is gone, and the candidate you voted for will be, living the life, and you will be in cell. So please, just
why do they call it the cooler though?
I don't know how cool it gets because that's the windows ventilation. It cannot be cool, right? And that's an irony, I guess. There are some announcements I have for you, my friends, and it is that we are turning 10. Junction Mall on Main, celebrating a decade of unforgettable moments, unbeatable shopping, and your favorite events. Join us for our 10th anniversary with unbelievable discounts, exciting events, special giveaways just for you. So whether you're shopping, dining, spending time with family, there is something for everyone. From our loyal customers to our amazing stores, this celebration is for you. Come make memories with us as we say thank you for 10 amazing years at the Junction Mall. Do not miss all the fun and surprises. Visit us now, Junction Mall. Join, explore, and shop. Enjoy celebrating 10 years, all for you. Yes, moms. It's finally here. We have the news you've been waiting for. Your favorite Cerelac now comes in a new variant with the combined goodness of wheat and maize. Grains fortified with iron, vitamins, and minerals. Guess what? This new Cerelac wheat and maize comes at an affordable price of only 2 Ghana cedis per sachet. To prepare this new Cerelac wheat and maize, just add milk. In fact, Cerelac way near here any milk. Cerelac, care for them, count on us. It's an advert that is FDA approved. If you're looking for reliable, uninterrupted electricity supply, Deep Solar Ghana has you covered with just 58,000 Ghana cedis. You can go fully solar and enjoy independence from the grid. No more lights off or power fluctuations, just peace of mind and savings. Call us now, 059-549-4113. Visit deepsolarghana.com. Your energy independence begins when you call Deep Solar. And if you want your child to explore STEM this holiday season, enroll them in the Nyansapor Institute's online STEM program from December 17 to January 24. This is designed for students aged 12 and above. It's an interactive program. It will transform screen time into exciting skill-building fun. So students will dive into coding, 3D design, and hands-on projects, all from the comfort of their homes. No prior experience is needed. Give your child the gift of STEM this holiday. Call us on 053-711-7334. Visit nyansaporinstitute.com to register today and unlock their potential.
Now, if you're looking for the perfect holiday getaway, then speak to Global Wings Travel and Tours. They have a 7-day tour of Cape Town and Joburg between December 24 and the 31st of December. It's an incredible package. So many parts of that package are there. So just sign up. Call 0553-688-398 to find out more. Global Wings Travel and Tours, truly global, proudly Ghanaian. Lancaster University Ghana is saying that come and be taught by the finest faculty trained to UK standards. You get a great student experience. You also get 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University Ghana. Call them on 0209 60 70 08 or send them an email, admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana is the only British uni campus in West Africa. This festive season is giving the best in entertainment on DSTV, whether it's your live football, local content, great cartoons, and everything in between. I like the crime channel, so if you want crime stuff too, yes, go get all of that on DSTV. No one is left out of the entertainment. Dial *759# to reconnect or stay connected today and be part of all the enjoyment this season. DSTV is your home of entertainment. Now, you want to have a snack, I recommend Munchie Milk Shortcake because it will make snack time a whole lot better. It has a unique blend of milky richness and carefully selected ingredients, and it's a delight to your taste buds. Milk Shortcake is Ghana's favorite biscuit brand, and so you can indulge in the milky goodness today. If you're looking for litigation free land, speak to the good people of Royal Kingdom Estate. They are cantonments opposite Soul Clinic International School. They specialize in land acquisition, construction, design, property management, and so much more. They've got rooms for rental. They've got furnished apartments. They've got prime properties in prime areas like Accra. And they call them on 0272 778880. Send them an email, info@Royal Kingdom Estate. Royal Kingdom Estate, building communities, nurturing dreams.
Some of your comments are coming through. Nene from Oyarefa. No, I don't like this, your comment. How can you say cozy, turn cozy? Like,
why are boys doing that? What is the meaning of this?
But why so much smoke for someone who is just an aspirant?
Someone who boys have too much smoke.
An
aspirant.
Oh, and Adenta, she did so much. She built bridges, and she was very visible too. I think one of the candidates
I didn't know private
really
citizens were allowed to build bridges.
Hey, I mean, you would think that the municipal assembly was the one that was doing this, but you know, this happened also in 2016. If you went to Wejagbawe, even though there was a municipal chief executive, almost all the state-sponsored developmental projects were tagged to Obobia Dako Opoku. She lost though. And I think, though, if you look at the data, her performance might probably be NDC's best in that constituency.
Perhaps.
She was very, very popular in the Wejagbawe constituency. But then what we are seeing in Adenta today, Tina Mensah, the landlady who's been ejected by a tenant, you know, Jerry Amesha has given a clean sweep. Yeah.
And Jerry has actually gone ahead to win that seat.
He has won that seat. And he also left Chenche's place. This is Ablekuma. South or west? South. And he's now joined Wejagbawe. And I must say though that Chenche is also now Jerry's tenant because he lives there. He lives in Makati.
so what? It's a game of landlords and tenants.
I'm telling you, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Kozi was, I don't know.
She was very present.
She was. It looked at
the point, very out there.
At the point, it looked as though she was chasing a Akufo-Addo for the Commissioner General title.
Commissioning a lot of projects.
Yeah, but I mean, you had Mohammed Adamu Ramadan was there, and he definitely floored her. He beat her like a father and daughter.
20,000 votes.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
20K. Yeah. That was a difference.
Yeah. And that you see that constituency. I don't know. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think the second lady ever campaigned there. In Adenta.
Okay, because that's her cousin.
Yeah. So if you go there, are you going to ask them to vote for your husband who is on the MPP's ticket or your relative who is on the NDC's ticket?
It was an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an interesting dynamic. But Adenta has spoken. It's
again.
Look,
if you are listening to us in Adenta, let's hear from you. See, because some of these
Adenta has retained.
Adenta has retained though.
Yeah, Adenta has retained an MP.
I believe when you look at the 2016, the margins have been low, but in 2020, right? Ramadan managed to get a 14,000 margin. Right. So he was one of the, per the data we have, one of the guys was able to consolidate because you see 4,000, 1,000. Now he gets it to 14,000, right? So that's a big win.
Yes. And now he's even increased it.
Yeah, he's increased it to 21,000.
Wait, so I don't know.
So, Nana of Adenta, please text us. Let us know. So, all the commissioning didn't do anything for you.
This is really interesting because you go on to social and there's Akosia menus
all the time,
pictures,
all the
everything.
time.
She's active. You see, it's either that route people of wrongly or people had just made up their minds, waiting for election day.
You know, when
to tell you something.
When COVID came, there was one word we all heard: underlining factors. So
underlying conditions.
Thank you. Underlining conditions. I think that, you know, every locality has its own peculiar local politics that's contributed to the fall, whether the personality of the people or the whatever it could be. But the underlining conditions for the sweeping loss of most of these, you know, people, I would think has been the performance of the government and how the people feel about the performance of the government, the economy, the governance, and the approach of the government put together.
I won't say the Adenta thing.
Yeah,
I feel like the candidates, the MP switching around is not indicative of the character of the constituency. Why do I say this? when it comes to presidential election votes,
consistently they go
for
NDC.
NDC.
Yes,
it's only once in 2016 that they've gone for the MPP.
Yeah,
in terms of presidential votes,
as in retain him.
What I mean is 2016 they voted mostly for Akufo-Addo rather than Mahama, but every other time they vote for the NDC candidate
consistently.
So it seems more so that maybe there's something about the MP. Maybe they are more aware of who their MP is, what they are doing, and voting on that person's character, which is why we're seeing the switch. But it seems that this is an NDC leaning constituency
for presidential.
Yes,
generally.
And when you see leaning for that for presidential, it usually reflects in the parliamentary, unless the parliamentarian has managed to become very unpopular, do something that will kind of make people feel some way about it. So I feel like the switching around was not as strong as we thought it was. It was mainly it was local politics that was affecting it rather than the character of the constituency. So this is just my analysis of it.
So that means the behavior of the constituency, so at the presidential level, is more towards the party and not the candidate.
Exactly.
But at the parliamentary level, it's the candidate.
Exactly. I feel like that's what was giving it that swing constituency vibe. Yes. But I don't feel that that's how they feel personally.
Okay. There's a tweet here. Somebody sent me somebody mentions Kayla, you and me in this. It says Ramadan is the second lady's biological brother. For those who do not know, Adamu Ramadan is the second lady's brother.
Yes, he is.
Samira, that's Samira's brother.
I honestly said their cousin, so that's well noted.
Family.
Yeah, family.
But some people say it's biological, but
family. They are family. They are
relatives.
Okay. So
then the person says Ramadan is a grassroots person. Kozi's character and personality just made people dislike her.
Oh, how?
Again, I'm just reading.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that she was likable. And she comes across as a very warm personality.
She was very visible, but I don't know if that translates into
likable. We don't know because, for example,
but there was something. I've also seen tweets of her supporting e-levy.
Yes,
that come up.
If you are,
she did a lot of government spokesperson type of,
and this government was unpopular.
Exactly.
So even if you are doing good work in the community and you are supporting unpopular policies,
people, you see the underlying conditions.
Yes, somebody said, she was saying that it's a good day we've passed.
So e-levy. Yesterday, Black Star should make it a hat trick.
Yeah, good. Yesterday, somebody commented on that post and said, I have waited
2 years and
2 years, X months and days to finally respond to you.
Oh, so that was the ultimate response. My goodness. So, gentlemen, we have Dr. Bawumia's concession speech with us, and we want to share that with our audience very shortly, and then we'll continue that conversation. This is the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 Citi FM. My name is Caleb Kudah. I'm here with my brothers. Susu Graham is on our data team. Nathan Ni Obodai Kwal, the big man. Multifaceted, multi-talented, he's here with Nanatu Boateng, star boy Nanatu Boateng. No, I think that this year's situation has been situated.
And it will situate.
I'm telling you. So let's get to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, NPP's flag bearer, his concession speech that has been highly commended by many.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
John Mr. JP.
Yeah. Tibia would Timubia, won't Quadia, Mawabemumbu, in Suabaton, and Suanetia, if you have a bonti bensu, Tivias a crab pro, Ebusian for you are man, Chedian Pons in a neat one and muscle, Mawa Comentu, Usua Usura, Woody, and a wolf munina, and Puro, and wash a panty, I would Yakuma, Yanko with whom my broker see the man and man. O Christo ne hunto ne dia wadawa na wato me pono matamfo ni memra menye ne daso waso me sa de mitwapo kokko we nyame kwanso se senya me wadaso tiase dia we ni da hwanso tete botan wa ye bi pen wadaso gina ne naso emfa we ni ntu wiase onyankopon ne tiase odidi ni behwe ase mpredi asan we ni mbegwase nipa besrew na wonya hwekra na ye twewase ni gine mu wubu nkotodwa akasenya memedase senior kese to be bad in tino and so try bebre beto so kai baby a wufino ya chira wudunsi ni bi fie and so what down with chino be vampire when sabaka wo dia wo yesu dimu over the pom bed so I know dia beba na ma wa ba mu ina pindi na ma wa kumenu ya wadini hutu na de nyame so adini ne
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Ina pindi na ma wa kumenu ya wadini hutu na de nyame so adini ne diguano.
You're looking for someone to take your sorrows all away, one to hold you tight and say everything's gonna be okay. Kai Sabra will bring it now, my money huna will never ya, and yet the nights will be dry. Hold on to your faith, there will be a brighter day, brighter day. Brighter day, there will be a brighter day.
97.3 Citi FM. It's almost 9:15. We'll take a very quick break. When we're back, we'll take your comments on what you make of Dr. Bawumia's concession speech. It's been commended by many. But also, where did you vote? Did you vote at all? Which of the... whoa, look at that. It's a stream of messages. We'll take a quick break. When we are back, there is more.
This is the City Breakfast Show.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. See John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party,
Citi FM,
I know
19 after 9. This is the City Breakfast Show. Some of your comments coming through. Hello, Caleb and Cole. I have not had any emotion for Dr. Bawumia before because of his intellectual dishonesty and defense mechanisms of rationalization. But yesterday, dear, I felt for him following his concession. I hope he will be genuine henceforth. For His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, I wish him God's blessings in his stride to reset Ghana. Bye-bye, Nanado and Dr. Bawumia. I won't miss you at all. At least my twins in SHS will have better food in school before they write their WASI in August. I won't continue the trouble of sending them weekly provisions for some time before they finish. There's a hope, as you say. Cozy isn't popular in the constituency. Okay, this one. Let me say hello. Yeah, this is an older one. This one says, although I don't vote, I am happy Katie Hammond lost. Now I can confidently use his own words on him. Okay. You are saying no.
Actually, what does he mean by this defeat is a win for investors? Which of the investors is he referring to?
Maybe the cement factory, the cement industry.
Relax. Those who invest in cement. Let's take it. People also invest in probability.
Okay. Are we saying you are the biggest people? You will understand.
You are the Bitcoin man too. So you.
It's illegal.
Don't do that. No, you have knowledge in Bitcoin.
Don't do that so that Sky will come from wherever he is.
Give us legal education. Hold on. Me, I just want to understand. So are they saying that the Ghana elections too were on the investment platforms? Is that what they were trying to
say? Good morning, Caleb. In fact, he has won the heart of many based on such a remarkable speech. He has shown maturity. This is Richmond from Domi-Pillar 2. Richmond in Kwabenya, what is your take on that? I sincerely hope the NDC does not take us for granted. If they do, then but the politicians though, it's like the power, it easily gets to them,
yeah, and they easily forget, because
the goodwill Ronaldo had in 2016, man, it's shocking that today he has a statue somewhere, and that alone makes people very angry.
And you see, one thing that I keep saying is that for John Mahama to win by such margins, John Mahama is not a newcomer. We have experienced him from his days as an assemblyman, a member of parliament, vice president, president. You understand? He has contested and lost before.
And he lost one of the most. This 2024 election feels just like 2016.
Exactly.
It feels so similar in so many ways.
Yeah.
It feels like a party that thinks they are doing things right. Mm-hmm. They think that they are on their way. Yeah. And they get a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very decisive is the word they use. A very decisive defeat at the polls. Yeah. As Mark Menu said, reassess and reflect. You have to reassess and reflect.
They get the proper weapon. Yeah. You understand? And they all take or assume this type of character traits. You remember that prior to that loss in 2016, there was that Yentubia type of attitude. Yeah. It's the same thing we were seeing. Dead goat syndrome. But just that these people didn't put it in plain words. But their actions spoke louder.
They were rubbing it in now.
And then Ghanaians have even spoken more louder.
No, that was a vuvuzela response, man. So this one says, Cozy isn't popular in the constituency like she appears to be on social media. Ramadan has built a good relationship with the constituents for 10 years since 2014 when he started to contest the Adentan NDC primaries. Cozy is barely a year old in the Adentan politics. She's known in social media circles, but not on the ground. She lost all the 23 polling stations in my electoral area, which has never happened. Thompson is assembly member of Adjungano electoral area. So more comments are coming through. Good morning, guys. Please, what's up with Okaikwe Central? Okay, we'll bring you that later. We'll confirm that. Nathan, I live in Adenta and school in Legon. Last minute commissioning rubs off poorly. It indicates the ability of the government to do the needful, but they decide to wait. This creates the impression that we, the citizens, are stupid. The last thing you want to do is to make Ghanaians seem that. I'm a beneficiary of free SHS, but anytime I see my dad complain about his locked up funds, I just want to punish this government. Yes, I took my leaders, Kivo, Gary, and Rice.
Charlie.
But I voted for his excellency.
Oh no, James, you can't be doing this. No.
You are beneficiary of free SHS. They have given you Gary, Kivo, and Rice.
Charlie, hold on. This like elections in easy.
No, elections easy. But James, I mean, I'm sure you are thinking about your future. As for the Gary, you chop it today. But your future is important.
Gary and rice. Okay, I just want, how much Gary was it? How many sachets?
Let me take that part again. It says, I am a beneficiary of free SHS, but anytime I see my dad complain about his locked up funds, I just want to punish this government. Yes, I took my Lydia's Kivo Gary and rice but I voted for His Excellency Mahama and James in Adenta.
And you know,
James, you're a bad boy.
He makes an important point about the locked up funds. You might benefit from free SHS, but your family conditions,
I mean,
based on maybe a parent or both parents having their money locked up, can affect your home life. And that will make you think, some of the things you used to be able to do, we can't do anymore. It will weigh on you more than the free SHS. So maybe the DDP, whatever, was the
domestic debt exchange program.
You see, maybe we did it. We felt that only the people who have locked up money will feel it, but maybe the people around them,
the rich,
and the people around them and their dependents might actually have felt it and like no.
And I think the NDC really played that up well.
Talking about the DDEP, you see, for me, the harsh reality of the DDEP. Okay, let me say that the stories around the DDEP, the one that struck me the most had to do with the late CEO of the Karma Group when he spoke at that book launch. May he so rest in peace. And he said he couldn't buy a copy of the book because of the locked up funds, so he had to go to, was it his bank or the investment company? I'm not too sure.
His point was that he couldn't support the project. You know, at book launches, it's not the price of the book necessarily.
It's essentially,
like you could do some heavy investments in the book. So
is it like a token to the person? So that's why the first book, 50,000 CDs and those things.
That kind of thing. So it's not like he couldn't afford the book.
Yes, the book itself, but he couldn't really support as much as he wanted to. And the fact that he had to go and I think talk to his investment people, they worked and got him 3,000 CDs. It was so sad. So grim, so painful. And then looking at all these elderly people, retirees who had worked so hard since the 80s, 90s, whatever, thinking that they had put away money to make their life after gainful employment comfortable and easy so they will not be burdens onto their children. And we saw them demonstrating at the finance ministry.
And I think, so more comments are coming on this one. People are getting very emotional and upset all over again. This one says, I invested in Data Bank's M Fund and saved for my children to the tune of 28,134 Ghana cedis, 97 pesos. Now they are telling me if I'm to liquidate the funds today, I can only get 19,014 cedis, 96 pesos.
Otherwise, 9,000 gone. This is 9,000. For some people, it's 10.
Otherwise, you would have to wait till 2026 and perhaps I might get the principal. Even when you put in a redemption, you are being told it will take 4 months. This is one of many reasons why I believe we needed a change in our economy. To more messages now. I was a Kudah observer in the Adentan area. What I observed was that the people were just angry at the government and so didn't show up to vote even in areas where NPP used to win. So people were angry. They did not show up. We'll be coming to data very soon. Until this speech, I never thought Dr. Bawumia could refer to GM in such a respectful manner. Says power can indeed trick and humble you in one chapter. Okay, so more comments coming through. Alhaji Ramadan is father of 3 Ghanaian notable personalities. Abu Ramadan, youth organizer of PNC.
He's now with NADMO.
Mohammed Adamu Ramadan, NDC Parliamentary aspirant for Adenta, and Samira Bawumia. This is diversity.
Interesting.
We have to do the plotting well, so that at all seasons in the country, the family is sorted. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's say good morning to the Jinapo brothers.
You know what I mean?
Daddy Jinapo.
Yeah.
So you, the ordinary citizen who is not located anywhere, you go and die for that. Charlie, it's a useless devil.
You think they are enemies?
They are not. They are not at all. I am very happy Ramadan won.
I think it's nice. It's nice that our politicians are all friends and family. It's good.
You see, it is, but they should be able to tell their fans or their supporters the same. That see, at the top, we are allies, we are friends. We do business together.
I mean, after everything that happens in Parliament, Ato and leader, what's my name? They always roll. I'm very happy Ramadan won because I don't understand what Kosia was doing. As in, what capacity was she building roads and bridges?
Concerned citizen.
Yeah, she was okay. She was doing those as
concerned citizen
in a few months to the election.
Philanthropy.
In a few months to the election.
She has love for the constituency.
Out of the abundance of her heart.
Exactly.
Right.
And the abundance of resources, available resources.
So will she continue after this?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
I mean,
she loves it. She loves the constituency.
She loves the constituency. It's the expectation that she will, in anticipation of staging a better comeback in 2028.
So she should continue, right?
In fact, the earlier the better.
Right. This one says that she was thinking we're cheap in the sense that she thought she could lure the good people of Adenta with those projects. In what capacity as a private citizen are you allowed to do this? And to think that you could use those to deceive us into voting for you. On top of this, all she supported the e-levy. Although Ramadan won with a wider margin this time, he reduced his total votes. I'm so happy.
Like that e-levy thing really
bothered people. And then you see, and the interaction with people on social media got them very, very upset as well.
Let me just add this one. So this comment came from Neem Fafa. He said, "I came all the way from Koforidua to vote for Ramadan."
Wow.
Yeah.
Says a lot.
Messages on Cozy. Let me hear on Domi-Kwabenya, Ayawaso West Wogon, Ewutu Senya East, Ablekuma, and all those. Let's hear you. Okay, they're all down. We'll get there. The people of Adenta generally wanted the NDC's presidential candidate in. The poor governance of the NPP affected Cozy very much. Local market women were not happy with the outcome of the results in the parliamentary, and some even said they didn't have a problem with her, but rather the presidential candidate and the general feeling for change just affected the outcome of both the presidential and parliamentary election in Adenta constituency. It's also to be noted that there wasn't a high voter turnout in the constituency, at least for the polling station that I was in. Michael from Adenta. Michael, I've read your comment.
Michael, we've read it. Right, stop crying. It's okay. Stop crying. We've read it.
He said, please read my comment. He has tears, emojis.
He feels strongly. I like that.
Yeah. Caleb, good morning. This is Christian from Adenta. A man for Honorable Ramadan did a smooth door-to-door campaign, unlike Akosia, who was just everywhere. What does it mean to be everywhere?
I'm not sure.
Everywhere.
I'm not sure. It's MTN, I know, is everywhere.
Right. So let me come to you now. Give us the data as it comes in from across the region, particularly for parliamentary, because for presidential, we already know how presidential is looking.
Let's start with Greater Accra, because that's where we are. So let's start with Greater Accra and just, So currently, per our results, so we have 24 out of 34 constituencies reported into our database. Right. The NDC has 21 seats. Mind you, they had only 20 seats in the last election out of the 34. So with 10 seats yet to report, they've already bettered their performance, which is a good sign. And we don't have Sege, Ningo Prampram, and Shai Osudoku, which traditionally tend to vote for the NDC. So
and these are big numbers.
Exactly. So we're expecting more of those ones to go straight to the NDC and extend their lead in Parliament. So if you look at what we have right now, you can probably think that the NDC will be getting closer to 28, maybe, because of the number of numbers that are there. We don't have exact figures, but you can assume based on the trends and the fact that Greater Accra seems to be voting very heavily based on the numbers we have for the MDC. You can just assume that a lot of the seats will go there. So with 21 now, you are looking like in the high 20s. And out of 34, that's very good. Very bad for the NPP because they won 14 seats in the last election, and even then they performed poorly. So
there's a loss of 11.
Well, so far we still have 10 constituencies to report. That's the thing. So we just have to say out of 24, right now the NDC have 21 and the NPP have 3. So whatever is going to happen, there's going to be a loss. There's no way the NPP can make it up. And like we said, with Sege, Ningo Prampram, and Shai Osudoku yet to report, it's not looking good for them at all on the parliamentary side. But let's go to some of the places where we do have nearly everything. So let's go to the Upper East. Yes, Upper East. So what we have so far is 15 constituencies, 14 for the NDC and 1 for the NPP. This seems to be the same as the last election. So not really a change in terms of numbers. So we're just looking at seats right now. We're not getting to the votes because it's first past the post. So it doesn't matter whether you got 2 votes or 10,000. It's still 1 seat. So we are just going to focus on the seats for that reason alone. So now let's move to its cousin, the Upper West. So let me just get that out. So Upper West, so far, we have 10 out of 11 reporting. The only one we don't have right now is Wa East, but we have everything else. Last election, the MPP won 3 seats. Currently, they have 0. Wow. So best case scenario, they get 1. So, and I just want to just look at what Wa East did the last time. So just give me a sec. Sorry. So I'm just trying to get this up for us. So Wa East last election was NDC. So if you look at that and considering that the NDC is less likely, the way the election is looking, they are more likely to keep seats they already had. We can expect a complete greenwash in the upper west. So now let's go to Bono.
Yeah, so just to provide a bit of detail on Wa East as you have it. So Peter Lanchene Tobu is the candidate there. He won by 70%, 25,428 is what he polled. And then Satiri James Biri Fate had 10,162. That's
Caleb, Lanchene Tobu will be Wa West.
Wa West?
Yes,
Wa West.
Wa West. No, but Susu is dealing with Wa East now.
He's saying that it's the outstanding one.
It's the only one that's left.
I get that. So that's outstanding.
That's the outstanding one.
Yes. I was just saying that based on what we have, and considering that they won the last one, we can confidently assume that it's very likely that Upper East, Upper West, they've won all but one for the NDC. That's our guess.
Good. So I just want, when you mention them, then I'll give people the breakdown as with respect to what we have. Sure. Right. So let's
a region that the NDC have done very well this election, Ahafo. So in Ahafo in 2020, they won 2 seats. Currently, they have 4 out of 6, and we have 5 out of 6 reporting. So it's looking like this is another region where they've done very well. They've kind of they swung the needle, basically from having 2 out of 6 to 4 out of 6. So great performance in Ahafo for them. So let's go to Bono. We'll try and do it right now. So in Bono, we have 6 out of 6 reporting. 6 out of 12, reporting. And the NDC have won 6. So we don't have any reporting from Bono for the MPP so far. And considering that the NDC won 6 the last time, very impressive.
They will increase their performance.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that's. So let's go to Bono East now. So Bono East, we have 7 out of 11, and the NDC have won 7 of those 11 we've got so far. And with 4 seats remaining, the NDC need just 1 to maintain their past performance.
Okay.
So that's how we are looking in Bono East. So
I see. So they need 1 more.
Yes,
1 more to match the tally from 2020.
Yes. Sorry, just give me. So with Ashanti, we have only 16 out of 47.
Okay.
But so far, it's the only place it seems to be looking good for the MPP. They've won 13 out of the 16 we have so far.
13 out of 16.
Yes. Then let's go to Central. So this is another region where there's usually a swing here and there, but of the 11 of the 23 we have so far, the NDC have won 10. Again, they won 13 in the last election. So if we expect to see more switches and kind of turnarounds, it's going to be looking very good for the NDC here as well. Yes. So Eastern region is another region where, again, usually the NDC doesn't traditionally do very well. Yes. But last election, sorry, just give me a second here. So in the last election, they won 8 seats, and of the 17 seats we have reporting so far, they won 5. So again, it's looking encouraging based on what we have so far, but it remains to be seen how that turns out. So now let's go to back to the northern region. So let's go to Northeast, which is, I believe, Dr. Bawumia's home region.
Yes, it is.
So last election, the MPP had a slight majority with 4 out of 6. Now it's become dead even with 3-3 for the 2 major parties. So they've gained 1 seat in the Northeast region.
Okay.
So let's get to the northern region. The northern region only have 4 out of 18, but the NDC have won all 4 out of the 18 we have so far. So again, very encouraging. Now let's go to Savannah. So Savannah, 7 seats, we have 4 reporting. The NDC have won all 4. Last election, they won 4. So just 1 more seat, and that's another gain for them. So things are looking very encouraging. Now,
Savannah will be John Mahama's home region.
Exactly. Yes. So we expect a strong performance there. Now let's go to a region where traditionally the NDC didn't do that well. That's the Western region. This one, we saw some big wins that we didn't expect. 70, for example. So last election, the NDC won 8 seats out of the 17. Already they have 12, and of 13 seats reporting for us.
So they've increased from 8 to 14
to 12.
To 12.
Yes.
That's 4.
Yes.
Yes.
And we still have 4 constituencies left to report.
Right.
So it could even become even worse for the MPP in this region.
And as it stands, the MPP has just one seat.
Exactly, just
based
one
on
seat.
what we have so far.
Based on what we have so far. So very, very impressive performance.
Yeah.
Western North, that we have everything reporting. 9 out of 9. NDC has won 8, and MPP has won only 1 seat in Western
And that's
North.
Tano North.
No. That's Tano is in one of the Buronga halfway regions.
Okay.
You
So
know.
which of the regions the NPP pick on the Western
So
North?
Western North is Swamang.
Swamang.
Yes.
Swamang.
Yes.
Swamang.
So they've won only 1. That's the only seat they managed to win, and so it's a very another impressive performance. So when as you are going through, you are seeing that it's kind of like all the gains that they had in the last election are being evaporated.
Yeah.
So we are going to Volta, and the thing about Volta is the MPP have won only 1 seat there before,
Hohoi.
and that was Hohoi. And Hohoi
Has been taken back.
Yes, we are looking. Let me just find.
Tom Peter Mewu.
Per the reports, it's been taken back. It's just not been entered into the system, but the word on the ground has been taken back. So we are likely to have another clean sweep there. So the last region we need to check out is the Oti region. Again, the MPP do well here sometimes, but they were 0 out of 0 the last time. So far the NDC is 4 out of 4. Last election they didn't win anything notice, so we are waiting for the rest. So that's the breakdown so far. So when I just go and do the national picture, just to give you an idea, because we said a lot of small numbers.
Yeah.
Of the 162 seats we've had reporting so far, the NDC has 125. So they are about 13 seats away from a majority, with 116 seats left. So the majority is looking very likely, because there's a lot of, like we said, we've seen that Volta not everywhere is reporting.
Yes.
OT again, so just Volta and OT is very likely to push them very close to the majority, and you pick a few seats here and there around the country. The majority looks secured.
Now, guys, just to remind everyone that this is parliamentary.
Yes, parliamentary.
Focusing on parliamentary because presidential is already clear.
Presidential, the candidates have conceded, declared. Everyone has accepted. So we'll wait for the numbers to come fully before we do the analysis, because we know we have a winner. When we want to do the analysis, we want to now give you good context. So for the parliamentary right now, with 162 reporting, NDC have 125 and MPP have 35. But like we said, we don't have a lot coming from Ashanti just yet, so it will likely boost those numbers, because Ashanti is still the biggest region in terms of constituency numbers with 47. So even if they win 40 seats there, it kind of pushes their numbers up a lot.
So they are the biggest in terms of constituency numbers, but in terms of registered voters, Greater Accra is bigger.
I'm not sure about registered voters. Population for sure is Greater Accra, but I just have to check the registered voters. But it should be very close, because I know population terms is about. So population terms, Greater Accra is about 17.6% of the population, and Ashanti is like 17.4. So the registered voters should likely be around that ratio, but I can just check it for you. So registered voters in Ashanti is 3.295. So let's just say 3.3 million. Let's just call it 3.3 million for rounding sake. And Greater Accra is 3.7. So yes, a 400,000 difference. But I was just knowing that population terms, Greater Accra is slightly ahead of Ashanti. So those two are really where the big numbers are intent. But because of the land size of Greater Accra is why there's fewer seats, because even though there's a lot of them densely populated, you know, you don't want to have Ashanti region is less densely populated, much bigger geographical area.
So more seats.
Exactly.
So Greater Accra is 3.7 million actually.
Yes, 3.7 million registered voters, but 34 seats. But Ashanti is 3.3. 47
seats.
Because again, less dense, bigger lands. It's still it's right now. I believe it's our biggest region after
following the
divisions and that kind of stuff. Yeah,
correct.
So that's the parliamentary results so far. What we are looking at. So very interesting. Very good performance from the NDC so far, and it's looking like they are going to have a very strong majority. And it looks like the 169 seats that the MPP got, was it 169 in 2016? I can't. Let me just
137.
No, I'm talking about 2016 when they
2016.
Yes, they had a very strong majority. Yes, 169 seats in 2016. Yes. That was a very strong majority. It looks like the NDC is on course to match, if not better, that. So very strong performance from
Interesting performance this time around, and a lot of your comments that have come in, but let me come to the gentleman in the studio now. So I take your own, I'm sure the parties will be sitting down and be reflecting on their performance. For you, Tufo, I'm sure you got the idea of the picture when, Mark Menu gave that interview to our colleague, Fauzu Masaudu was like, they are waiting for the EC. It's the EC that puts everything together. But of course, we will sit down and reflect.
Listen,
the moment you hear reflects from politicians,
reassess. Reflect. I mean, over the period, the MPP has touted its strong collation system. From 2016 up until 2016, what time did they declare that they had won? 2020, what time did they declare that they had won? And so in 2024, that press conference by Dennis Miracle Sabuaje, same time, same press conference in 2016 or 2020 was declared victory, or to claim or announce a victory. And so when Dennis came up, I mean, clearly the indications were there. We could deduce that these people know that they have lost the thing. So you could tell
among the babies which of them
exactly, and then that communication was not necessarily for everyone.
You think it was
for the party base?
Okay.
Because you still need to whip up some enthusiasm. You still need to calm them down.
Hopeful.
You still need to give them some hope and ensure that they are still behind the party's flag bearer. You understand? And so you would hear such press conference. Because Sami Jemfi on the other side had already come out to announce victory for the NDC. If you go to sleep on that, then your party base
and like we said, we saw this in 2016
exactly
where the famous ignore Gabi's post when a comfortable lead, all of that came up. So the parties, it looks like their coalition is very strong. They will know. So it looks like by midnight, everyone, both parties had an idea of where this election was going to go. The matter was, how are we going to announce it. So which is why I think Bawumia had to go first as the loser to kind of say, look, I've lost. Let's take it.
Do the honorable thing, concede, and then call for peace.
Absolutely. Let me bring in some comments here. Michael Quay Jr. is arrogant. You say he was not visible on the grounds, and remember your opponent had contested the constituency before, and you could hear him say DK being a traditional, or Domi-Kwabenya being a traditional safe seat while your opponent was moving from door to door. That was what Ajua used to do. I wish I am in the studio to elaborate.
But you can agree to an extent, because the thing is that you've never won any election before. You get it. This is your first time contesting.
So you can't go there on the strength of the party's performance.
Yes, and even so, you can't even ride on the back of the former, because you beat that person in the primaries.
Even then, her records until her last days became checkered. People became...
So you had to do more. It was up to you, the individual. There is the party machinery that will support you, but it is you, the one seeking the seat, that would have to do more. And so it comes as no surprise that really Domi-Kwabenya has been swung.
Listen to this message. I rushed down to Accra from the Sisala East by bus just to vote for John and John Dumelo. I am a trader and the heat is too much. On top of that, I couldn't entertain their arrogance and disrespect to our intelligence. I am happy I voted for change. This is Bright.
I have a question for Bright. I don't know if he can elaborate. Why did he not want to vote in where he was and he came to Ayawa So West? I just want to know, because I'm as someone who votes. I try and vote.
He probably works there and then registered
when he was a
or lives here.
Perhaps registered while a student.
That kind of dynamic.
Because I want to vote as close to my house as possible. Maybe I'm the opposite. So I just want to understand the thinking behind that.
Let me take a few more comments before we go on a quick break. Good morning, CBS. The election was a referendum on Nana Akufo-Addo's performance. People have been angry for a long time. Simple as that. Addington from Lashibi send that through. Okay, so we'll take a very quick break. When we are back, there's so much more. Do not go nowhere. This is 97.3 Citi FM, Caleb Kudah with Nana Tufo Boateng, Nathan Neo Bodai, Susu Graham, and then of course Godfred Abeku Odum, the richest man.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Papa Nunye, Papa Nunye, Papa Naka Mesio, Papa Nunye Kamesio, Only want politics. Strong and reliable. Trusted by generation. We want the citizens to buy only politics.
Politics in here.
Papa Nunye.
Politics in here.
Papa Nunye.
Accra plumbers.
Say so.
Hello, boss. I just drove out of your premises. I've called you several times. Boss, I beg.
I gave you an opportunity to present your proposal with your financial statements. You didn't. If we approve and request for an invoice, that will take you another month, eh? You couldn't even provide receipts from the last job. My brother, we have given the contract to someone else who promptly furnished...
of the media. Following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. See John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world
unleashing the power of relevant radio. This is Citi 97.1.
Go in mama, ready go in mama. Can't Johnny wapa, ready go in mama. Yeah, boys cope, orati unya isake. Therefore I am fanchiche, therefore I am fanchiche. Mama go manyamia, chapa my baby I am it on top of baby, I'm in. I'm a mama, shop my baby, I'm in. I am it on top of baby, I'm in. On top of baby, I'm in. In Paluta, yeah. On top of baby, I'm in. I'm a mama, shop my baby, I'm in. I am it on top of baby, I'm in. I am it down. Oh, I am it down. One bed disika we, one bed yakumau. Oh, sisi fiani me. Oh, sisi fiani me. Check your personality. Oh, one money no semen in a man. Namose, my kuntai. Namose, namose you. Namose, my kuntai. Namose, na semen in a man. Namose, my kuntai. Namose, namose you. Namose.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
I am it on top of baby, I'm in. I'm a mama, shop my baby, I'm in. I am it on top of baby, I'm in. On top of baby, I'm in. In Paluta, yeah. On top of baby, I'm in. I'm a mama, shop my baby, I'm in. I am it on top of baby, I'm in.
King Paluta. Also a koye. Therefore, dear.
Caleb.
Yeah. But as I'm watching channel different.
Miraho.
They've shared the therefore dear different.
Miraho. Because you see, by now, no, I command a be here, I'll beg you.
Therefore, dear.
You know, the Thursday before the voting day, the campaign. So the MPP campaign. No, the rally.
The final rally.
No, the final rally. So this was no. It's okay.
I get into trouble for saying this, but you know.
And then they were playing the song, and then I don't know. I think it must have been Nana B who was emceeing.
Yes. So they had Nana B on stage. They had Anthony Cabo as well.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
One of them said that.
And then there was Haruna Mohammed as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And then as the song was being played, one of them said, Bawumia voting and Fanchicha.
No, sorry, apologies. It wasn't Haruna Mohammed. It was Salam Mustafa, the youth organizer of the party.
Okay. I think the Bawumia voting, I first heard that from Napo, on his campaign. This song really did well for.
Okay, but he was everywhere.
Yeah.
He cashed out.
You know, right now, even angry at him. They say it's MPP because.
But that's not fair. I mean,
I agree. You're a musician doing your job. Your job is to perform.
Yeah,
because the song is nice.
If someone asks you to come and perform, you perform.
Exactly.
It was a very good.
After the show, there is business. I need to cash out. So I mean, if I'm invited to perform, why not?
And music's on those careers. You have to hit when the iron is hot too.
Because
if you don't take advantage of when you are hot, when you cool down. Charlie, the things will be offering you perform. You be shy.
You see, I mean, not to pick on anyone. You know, when that the two rallies were held on the same day simultaneously, more like so. And so, just as you are saying that you have to hit the nail, the iron while it's hot. I mean, when
it was hitting somewhere.
Oh, Nasi was, but if you watched on the other side, you saw. I mean, the likes of Prayer and Tins performing. Did you see that? And Prayer was just one person.
Oh, the Prayer has been
there's one broomstick.
Right now there's Pra.
The year is gone.
It's Pra. It's one person's Pra.
The boys were running commentary like you a 3-man group, so to keep it together. You Charlie. Oh, but I mean, we've always loved Prayer. They have fed our ears with some of the most beautiful songs ever.
True. We give them that.
So we just wish. Charlie, you guys should come together one last time. Give us a show or something.
So they should come and make it koye.
Or say koye.
This one says, happy birthday, Fahima too. Every day with you is a precious gift. But today is extra special because it's the day the world was blessed with you. Your kindness, grace, and strength light up my life in many ways words can't capture. You are the heart of my world, my constant joy, my greatness. Hobby goes on and on and on and on. But the essence of the message is that it says, "Who was Sisifiani be?"
Anyway, since we are doing birthdays,
yes,
my mom sent me this, so you can imagine this is again. Smoga 74.
Today's installment of Smoga messages.
Bro, the princesses, that's their nickname. Right. They spend special birthday wishes to Princess Ayele Kudah of Adringano. The message is we wish her well and we love her. So Princess Ayele Kudah, Smoga 74, happy birthday to you from your fellow princesses.
Lovely.
Ask mommy if the princesses have not become queens now. That's just I mean innocent question.
Yeah, it's an innocent question.
That's the transition you would expect, right? So.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation.
Prayer Jacket Remix. Oh, Prayer says and Krofobi Aromo Jacket. And they are singlets. But this was Prayer before they became what Susu says is pra.
And this is the prayer that we love. Yeah. I mean, imagine this prayer at situation.
So
listen, Caleb, the kind of energy, the nostalgia, the fun, the excitement, the thrills.
My God.
Oh boy.
Now, let me announce for our listeners, those of you who are waiting for school, madam, because it's 10 o'clock, she will be coming on there later this morning. I'm not sure where the spirit will lead them, but you can ensure that you can look forward to some fun. That will be happening a bit later today. But a few more birthday messages as well. Happy birthday to an amazing lady, Doris Kaki Okanse. May this special day mark the beginning of another year filled with love, laughter, and endless possibilities. It's coming from Louise Nana Kwachi, Siedu Judicial Service Communications Department. Diana Nuchuga, today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. We'll take our attention. Yes.
So Diana's birthday.
Yeah, Diana, you know her, right?
I know
Diana
her.
Nuchuga, yes.
Happy birthday to you, lady.
She's a big fan of the show, and so happy birthday to you. But one lady who's done so well covering the Domi-Kwabenya constituency is Ajubi Riafia Kenten. She joins us in the studio. Ajubi, how was the whole experience for you? I watched you from the beginning when you were put on the TV, your report of situational issues till midnight, where coalition issues were seeing some, confusion here and there. All around the clock, you were there, very well composed, delivering your report. Well, first of all, congratulations. That was a good job done.
Thanks, Caleb.
As well to everyone else who did this coverage. How was the experience for you?
The experience, I must say, was, if I could say, crazy, because the entire place was chaotic.
It was a boiling point.
Yeah. Very, very boiling.
Action-packed.
When it started, December 7, voting, the voting process was very calm.
Yeah.
People were in their queues, casting their ballots so smooth. Now we go to collation. And it's like everything is just very serious and so intense, because everybody is very interested. Both parties, they have so much interest on what the outcome will be. We started with the presidential collation, and that was also going on smoothly. It was not until news came out that Vice President Dr. Bawumia had conceded, and that was when the tensions started rising, and then people were just placing their focus on the parliamentary results, and that was when the chaos started at the Domi-Kwabenya constituency.
I see. Now, finally, we have the results from there, but that has not been without drama. So last night, I heard the parliamentary candidate for the NPP on the radio. He was raising some concerns here and there. What exactly happened? And at the end of the day, what are the results we are seeing? Let's reiterate them once again.
All right, so the results we have now for the NDC candidate, which is Faustina Eliplimakrugu, she was able, at the end of collation, she had 51,634, and for the NPP, that is Michael Aaron Okwe Jr., he was able to garner 50,477 votes at the end of collation for the parliamentary levels. Now, the complaints and the concerns that they had was that for the Domi-Kwabenya, the collation process had to be stalled twice. The first one had to happen at dawn, yes, and then the second one happened later on in the day around 2, almost 3 p.m. Yes. So for the one that happened in the afternoon, after I mentioned earlier that scores of people had NDC sympathizers, they were at the collation center to do the observation, but the numbers increased after Vice President Bawumia conceded, and that was when the tensions began. They were outside. They were hoping that the EC would come out and announce quickly what was really happening there, but they had some issues with the NPP providing their pink sheets for the tallying process, because it's not like the EC does not have the figures. They do have the figures, but each party has their own pink sheets. They tally, and then they continue with the process for the collation. And that was when the entire issue started. They had some of we don't know how they were able to cross the security that was down there because the place was heavily guarded, and they came upstairs where the collation process was ongoing and destroying, clashing chairs, tables.
Who are these?
These were party sympathizers from the NDC, per the branding that they had on them, destroying things that were there, everything. So at this point, the EC officials had to get a place of safety. The deputy for the director of elections actually passed out because the pressure in there was so bad. They had one security personnel also getting wounded in the heat of the moment, and they were able to get the pink sheets for the collation in one room and locked it up, and had security personnel, military and police doing the guarding for that particular room. And that was when the EC officials were advised, because they picked intelligence, that the place had become unsafe for them because of how they were also getting attacked in a way. They had to vacate the premises.
But at the end of the day, the results are out.
Yes.
Has the losing candidate accepted the outcome?
No.
Did they sign the pink sheet?
They did not sign the
Tell
pink
me
sheets.
about that.
Yeah, they were also supposed to be there to do the observation, just like it's every party is supposed to have their agents there during the collation process to see how it was going, but they were not there during the collation, so it was done without them. So they also did not sign the pink sheets that were giving out with the results that I just mentioned. But it does have the NDC agent signing, and it also has the returning officer there who was also doing the collation signature on that particular pink sheet.
All right, thank you, Ajubi Wiafe Akenton. Good job done from Domi-Kwabenya constituency. So that is it. Domi-Kwabenya is clear. We see the picture. We are still waiting for a couple more. Damongo is still not clear.
I just want to ask something. Maybe just hang on for a few minutes. If I got you right, and correct me if I misheard, that you're saying that the pink sheet, so the pink sheets have been signed by who and who and who?
It's who and who,
and
because
who
it's two
and
people.
That's nice.
So it has the EC official signing it, and then it has the NDC.
Okay, I just want to know. I don't know if you have the answer. If anybody listening has the answer, I want to understand. There are two parties in this, the NDC and NPP. So you are saying the NDC has signed, the EC has signed. So I want to ask, if the NPP does not sign this pink sheet, what does it mean? Does it invalidate the result in any way? I just want to know.
I doubt it does. I mean, we've all gone into the contest. The results have been declared, and if you, as one party in the contest, decide not to sign it, I don't think it invalidates the results as captured on the pink sheet.
And the reason why I believe this is so is that if you look at a lot of the pink sheets we've been getting, we're in data collection. The smaller parties often don't sign, even for the presidential. So you have a lot of these presidential ballots where the smaller parties will not sign anyway. So if it was the case that the smaller parties need to sign every pink sheet, we'd have to wait even longer, because a lot of these parties, maybe they only have people in Accra or whatever, so you now have to bring it to Accra. I think that once the EC official signs it and certifies it, I think
that's good, because then we see that in the previous election petition where those issues were put to rest,
because of some legal contestation and all. That's why I'm just asking.
So it doesn't at all. That's a good point you raised.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Caleb, I voted based on the economy, the taxes, and the arrogance. The most annoying part is the betting tax.
Clearly an investor speaking.
They told us the youth have empty coconut heads, but the same youth will win bet and they will take 10% unless government from savior. Okay, sorry. These are unless government. There is something else I can say. He's not happy.
Savior, house market.
The investors were very upset. There is only one beautiful thing I always remember about Bawumia, his speech yesterday. It was my first time seeing his real humanity. Okay, Fred from Taifa. Hi, City.
I've seen that a lot, and it's very interesting.
People,
that a lot of people are so like they feel like
amazed.
Wow, this guy like.
I think it's because most people
it was
haven't
a contest,
really,
and it gives you a different character.
No, I think people really haven't followed him over the years. They only got to follow him during this campaign period.
I slightly disagree. I think because of politics sake, the jobs,
when they're on stage, they have a different character.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They only followed his campaigning and saw him in that beast mode.
But I'm saying even when he was doing his lectures, there were always the jobs here and there. I think because of the nature of being a candidate.
Yeah.
You are different when you are the election. I guess the election is over. You have to take a different because you can't be doing campaign.
But really though, I'm not sure what people were expecting. A concession speech to be what?
But some concession speeches can be very.
I don't agree, but I accept.
Yeah. The speech the president back then in 2012 post the Supreme Court verdict on the election petition. He said it clearly that he was not so happy.
But some people feel that yesterday's concession speech was also a strategic way to also keep himself out there.
It's
because after 2020, when we get to 2028, the NDC will be presenting a new candidate, and he's letting us know that look, I want the ultimate interest of Ghana. I have conceded, but guys, remember me.
Any which way you put it, that speech was a masterpiece, carefully created and skillfully delivered. And of course, you would understand why the speech was crafted the way it was,
and the tone in
which it was delivered. He had to speak to the support base. He had to give honor to whom honor is due, the party hierarchy, the machinery, the individuals that supported him. He had to protect his political future. He had to speak to the nation. You understand? He had to even
himself in the mode of a statesman now.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. He had to be honorable in doing an honorable thing.
Aye.
You get it.
I feel
I mean, it's
my brother. This one says, I vote in Adenta. Ramadan has done much, but it's a vote against. Ramadan has done much, but it's a vote against the MPP. I think it should be Ramadan has not done much. Okay, good. Good morning, Caleb and the rest of the panel. How Kum Singh had it coming. Too much pride, arrogance, and violence. I would have been very surprised if she had retained her seat again. She actually lost. If she had retained her seat, she actually lost that seat before the 2020 elections. And for some of the NPP MPs who lost their seats, it was mainly because many of those who voted for them in the last two elections did not.
Decided not to
vote at all in this. Okay, Fred from
Fred,
Kaswa,
those are your words.
Send 3. Adenta needs development, so we wanted an MP in the governing party. Driving in Adenta is so dark at night. Okay, so people wanted, because they felt that perhaps John Mahama was going to win, then they felt that they needed to get an MP who. That's what he's trying to say. They need.
There were certain NPP was going to lose.
I don't know what he's trying to say. He didn't add his name to that one. But good morning, Caleb. As for Cozy, I am happy that she lost. We can't vote for state-funded candidates to come and represent us in Parliament. This Ramadan win shows that Adenta constituents are now above taking money to vote. No more one term in a. Okay, sure. Okay, but there was a lot of money in this election.
And it's one of the issues that Kudah has spoken about in their subsequent press conference, and the dangers it portends for the future of this country. And I have heard many argue that in the future, anyone at all with the resources will be able to buy their way through our elections.
But this election though is proving perhaps otherwise. Correct me if I'm wrong, but because you hear sentiments.
There is the money. There is the money. The money going round, but it's not reflecting in the votes.
Exactly,
you just read a message from someone who said they've taken the Kivo Gari and the rice and did not.
And you remember the incident at the University of Ghana with the security guard, the viral video where he said that you can't ignore me for 4 years and bring me oil. Like how cheap do you think I am?
And that's actually something Mahama kept hammering on during his campaign. That when they bring the money, take it. But she was sitting him.
That's an interesting development. Ni Ado from Amanfo says, "Hi, Team City. I cautioned my party on Ghanaians, but they sold and grabbed more. license office. Prison barracks. Okay.
Hey, this allegation there.
Let me stay away from this.
Guys, good morning. We are not. That is someone's allegation. We beg.
The performance of the parliamentary results is also a general reflection of the performance of Nana-Addo. It's basically Ghanaians registering their anger over the extremely poor state of the economy emanating from his family and friends' inclusion, with no form of supervision or scrutiny on them, and having them do whatever they like, running the country down and bringing all their suffering to Ghanaians. This affected some of the MPs who are way better. For instance, how on earth should Mr. Amewu lose Hohoe after all the excellent performance he displays there? So trust me, all these falls on President Akufo-Addo. He should bow his head in shame, you say, respectfully, for taking his party into opposition in this unprecedented manner. Very sad, Fifi from Takrady sent that through. I have a special offering to give to God for these losses. Oh. Akwesi from Ombase. Special offering. 1 is Ma Lydia. 2 is Lydia Hassan, you mean. Madam Esla Ousu Ekufo, Hawa Kumsen, Katie Hammond, for Dr. Stephen Amoa and Kweku Kwate of Boase West. They were lucky. Next time.
As a feminist, I take offense to this message. Why is he targeting our female MPs?
No, but there's Katie Hammond there.
Oh, no, you don't like that. Why is he targeting our female MPs? You don't like that.
No, but you are going to
unfortunately, most of them lost.
Yes. And we are going to have, though, for the first time in our history, a first female vice president.
Oh yeah, and give and take.
You know, it's a very interesting chapter. Very, very, very interesting chapter. You know, of the country, a first female vice president. It's never happened before, so we are venturing into uncharted territory, and it's a huge first. It's a huge step.
Yeah,
we've spoken a lot about getting women into politics.
Yeah.
The barriers exist, and despite all the efforts we make, you find that there are still huge barriers, money barriers, societal barriers, sometimes cultural constructs, you know, and all of that. So it's nice seeing that Professor Jinano Opoku-Agyeman gets to rise to the high office of vice president. And I hope it inspires a lot of women to know that, yes, you can get there.
Yeah, you can. Let's commit to it. You can.
But I also think that deliberately we need to also create more openings for women. Of course, competence is always key. So we need to think about competence. But if a woman is competent enough to sit and run political office, why not? Let us give them the push for them to also.
I'm sure as the day unfolds and more data trickles in, we'll get to know how many. We'll get to know the female representation we'll be having in Parliament with respect to the casualties and then those who make their way through.
And talking about that, I just want to say something. The next Parliament, please do a bit more for women. Francis,
Xavier
Susu is doing a lot. He's trying to fight against the tax.
I think he did also the witchcraft.
Bill. Listen, a lot of the female MPs who will be going to Parliament, we want to see you show more interest in gender issues that have to do with women. Show a lot more. It was, from a man's perspective, it was really admirable seeing that it was Sosu, Honorable Sosu, who was pushing and flying the flag for women and women-related matters on the floor of Parliament. But on the flip side, it was quite disappointing seeing high-profile female MPs not backing Sosu, maybe openly. Maybe they did so in secret, and I don't know. And I'm open to correction. But I thought we would have seen a lot more, push from them. If Sosu is leading the charge on taking away the tax on sanitary pads, you expect more female MPs to add some gusto, add some force to it, so you can push the legislation fast. So please, women MPs who are coming into the next Parliament, I know there are big ticket issues on your plate. Find space for issues that concern women. Find space for issues that concern girls. Taxes on sanitary pads, ensuring that more girls are going to school, ensuring that female businesses are supported and supported well so they can thrive. We say a lot about, women's rights, blah, 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 but we don't do a lot to back up our words and all the nice things we say. So I really hope that the women in the next Parliament will fly the flag strongly for women and ensure that they think more about women, women's rights, support for women, get women in business, get women in politics. So that's when we can properly say that women are holding other women and they are rising with them. Apart from that, all this talk without proper action really won't take us anywhere.
Here.
Very well stated, Susu. I thought you want to say something on that since you
as the feminist amongst us.
Oh no, I believe the thing is, the way our politics is, because there's a lot of personality based and your strength in the constituency. You can't have. It's very difficult for parties to have a kind of, unless parties feel like, okay, some of our safe seats where we know we are going to win, we kind of push women, because generally it's like, and even in terms of the party, you see a lot of internal fighting over who should be MP for these places. There doesn't seem to be a top-down approach in deciding who should be MP, who should run, who should do things, and without that, you can't have a coherent gender policy in terms of your party. So unless the party leadership, and we've seen problems with this when the party leadership has tried to impose candidates where the local politics has affected the candidate and the candidate has lost. So a lot of parties don't want to get into this imposing candidates thing. So I think it's very difficult in terms of the fact that basically the woman has to push herself and get there herself, or there's no hope for her. So there has to be a way for a nice compromise, let me say that. Parties kind of push female candidates in a way, but without overtly doing it in a way that steps on the toes of those involved at the local level and making it. So there has to be a balance. So it's more like the way our politics is, because if you look at certain countries where local politics don't really matter that much, it's more like they sell the party to the people, and the people will vote for the party, whichever candidate you put there. So in countries like that, you can just say, okay, we are going to put up 40% of our MPs being female, just an example, knowing that people are going to vote for the party and decide, and they'll put us in parliament, or a proportional representation system where you have one vote and your vote decides the composition of the chamber. You don't vote for your local representative. So every party decides, okay, 30% of the people will put in parliament will be female, just like that. So I think our political system doesn't allow for parties to even advocate the advancement of women in that way, unless they say something like, okay, something like an example, John Mahama is going to be picking his MCs and DCs and whatever. He decides that 30% of these MCs and DCs will be female. Women. That kind of thing. That's the only way you can get them involved in politics. But what tends to happen is MCs and DCs start fighting with parliamentarians to be MPs. This happens a lot, and it becomes a problem. So there has to be a way to kind of manage those internal tensions and push it. That's how it has to be thought about. It's a bigger issue by far.
Yeah, when it comes to women representation, I think the nation that is doing pretty good in this regard is Rwanda. And I'm looking at their parliament website, and it says that Rwanda continues to make history as the first country with a female majority in parliament. It has 63.75% of their seats in the Chamber of Deputies held by women, and then women count for roughly half the world's population. It goes on to say, so here, they have the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate of Rwanda. Representation, 63.75% are women for the Chamber of Deputies, and when you go to the Senate, they have 53.8%, and that's what they have done. I think it's a deliberate thing. They've put in efforts to do to get to where they are. So yeah, on that there is more to be done here, but of course some will say that the appointment of Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as running mate, and now we're going to swear her in soon as the vice president, perhaps a big first step, and so there is more to come. We can expect a lot more.
And John Mahama should be commended for going with her again
for the second time, actually, against a lot of odds.
Exactly,
we should add. But when I look at the we'll take a break before we come back to what else I'm looking at.
Very well.
Before Abeku Odum will knock me here.
This is the City Breakfast Show, the city's biggest conversation. The City Breakfast Show. Rise above the noise.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pub Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonments, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantipim, Adisadel, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is a US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis on
numbers we are seeing. If Greater Accra pulls the whole nation, you definitely will do better than 52. He will. He will. He will. He will. So, and the seismic nature of this is in the swing from his below 50, is 47, to what he's doing now. All right, it is remarkable.
It's absolutely remarkable.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable.
And when some of the provisional figures we have seen, start coming in, and we're able to put those figures out, some of the analysis that Bernard has made for the region will start making a lot more sense, because then we can plug in the figures, and for those of you watching at home, you will be able to understand where he's coming from, or where we are coming from, when we make these projections based on the cluster polls that we put into our system, and then came up with this analysis. And it's something that will be repeated with the other regions as well. We will go to when the West starts coming.
Western and Central.
Western and Central,
yeah.
We will run this.
And
as
don't
well.
forget BA.
Yeah.
I actually have done.
We don't have BA anymore.
I actually have done some clustering, but I don't have enough.
Eastern, I have.
But I have reason to believe that the BA will go the same way.
Yes.
Probably.
Half especially.
I mean,
I'm told Kweku Ajimai Menu, the former health minister, who used to be very strong.
He's in danger.
In the Domain Central is down.
He's in danger there.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, a lot of that's the Bono areas. Yeah. I mean, it's been a total.
Let me sit down. Yeah. Total Wipeout is one of my favorite TV programs, by the way.
Yeah.
Total Wipeout. Larry Dugby, Total Wipeout.
Okay.
This looks interesting.
Yeah. This is the Election Bureau.
Don't
in
forget.
A few minutes, we'll start officially giving you the figures. The declared figures from the electoral.
I wanted to give you my second D model.
Parliamentary.
My model for just the Western. So the reason I suspect that Western will also shift to the NDC, like he said about constituencies, polling stations in this area. When we did the second D polling station thing, we saw something very strange. Second D and Takrady have never really gone to NDC before, presidential, and we did. Where's my second D? We did the analysis and saw I just wanted to show you. I wanted to show you a number. So Vivian, the cluster we saw in second D suggested that the NDC's performance there was unprecedented in that second D cluster. I was trying to pull it for you, but I don't seem to be finding it. I think I'll find it for you.
But isn't second D an outlier, so to say, maybe a unique set of circumstances coming together, like a unique candidate?
The place that
more than other
the polling
things
stations were
coming into
picked
play
from, and the NDC had more, was very shocking for me. But when I spoke to Akwesi J. Enim last 2 weeks about the Western region, he flagged it.
What did he say?
It was one of the regions. Just give me a minute. It was one of the constituencies he asked me to watch when I was doing my mining analysis on TV with Vivian. Akwesi J. Enim sent to me that I should watch some constituencies in the Western region. Second D, Takrady. In second D, the high expectation people had for Andrew Japan Mesa and the MPP is seriously dwindling. This is largely due to numerous unfulfilled promises Mensa made to make second year modern.
While we reflect on what has just happened and look back, read your comments on why you chose who you did. We need to also look ahead and what's ahead of John Mahama, and that's where I'm going to now. Sticking really on what he has decided to do and what promises he made, because besides the fact that a lot of people voted because they are angry at this government, people also have expectations of the John Mahama administration based on the kind of promises he has made. He's promised to scrap some taxes, he's promised to do a number of things, appoint a number of people. So let me give you some 25 things he's promised to do in his first 120 days. These are 25 of them.
Oh, he's revised them. He initially had 26. Yes, he initially had 26.
Let me give you 25.
Okay.
Then you can add the last one.
Yeah, sure.
So the first thing he says he will do is that within the first 14 days, I'm sure this is after January 7th. Within the first 14 days, he will complete the list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in his first 90 days in office. Establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all the government officials. I hope this one is ready already. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships. To alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. Number one is, you guessed,
levy.
Thank you. Number two,
betting tax.
Number three,
COVID tax.
Number four.
Have we been right the whole time? Have we been right?
All is correct.
Okay. You have to indicate you are right.
Let's start again so I give you your right. So number one,
levy.
Correct for 3 points. Number two,
betting tax.
Correct for 4 points. Number three,
COVID levy.
That's one. Yes, is here correct. And then number four, there's a emissions levy as well.
Yes,
emissions levy. There is that.
I'm also an environmentalist, so I'm not too upset. But I think for a country of our size and the type of carbon footprint we have, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. No, I'm saying, you see.
Oh, you think that we are not producing?
We are not ready for those things. Those things are for people that everybody drives. How many people own cars in this country?
But the e-levy, dear, where man, Charlie. Even Dr. Bawumia said he was going to scrap it.
Do you know how much? How often sometimes someone says send me mumu?
See, anytime they charge you e-levy, it's like they've taken pints of that from your system.
It's like I'm itching.
I was sending money for rent, and the e-levy alone, that's another rent. I just
that's what I'm saying. That when you have to send certain amounts of money back, I just think yourself, Charlie, this thing can't I pay you in cash?
We thank you.
John Mahama has between now and the 7th of January 2025 to think through some of these things and figure out how to roll them out. Thankfully, the NDC has a very strong
commanding majority, so there is no excuse.
And last night I was arguing with Sky over it. Fifi Kwete says they will use it responsibly. The first responsible thing to do is use those numbers to overturn or scrap all these
quickly.
Because Ghanaians are going through it. Imagine you work so hard, you make money, you want to do very basic things. Let's say send money to a relative, your parents. You want to purchase something, you go to a shop, a necessity for your home or where you live, even for your office, and then you have to do that, and you are paying e-levy, and you look at how much is being taken away from you.
Nathan, you are sending money from your own number to your own number.
That's why I was even coming to your Momo. That you see, whatever you're talking about, you are spending, and so you are being taxed on the spending. But the most painful one is the transfer of your own money from one of your own account to another of your own account.
Oh my God!
And
it's crazy.
You know the thing about it, we have a lot of high indirect taxes in this country.
Exactly.
So a lot of our taxes are on consumption. If you go to a restaurant, and you get your bill,
check
you see this levy,
because we always want the easy way out.
No, and I wouldn't say that. I'll say that our economy, the way it's set up, there's not a lot of formal employment for you to be charging people income tax. It's very, We have a lot of people working informally, so trying to get those taxes can be difficult. So that's why sometimes these governments put these indirect taxes to kind of so that everyone is captured.
What happened to the property rates?
But you see, I won't even get to that. But the problem is that with also these indirect taxes, people are not transacting high enough amounts. So it's like it's starting to become a burden, because if every 100 cedis I'm spending, you are taking 25-30% for indirect taxes. Yeah. The poor person and the rich person are affected equally. The 100 cedis for that rich person, that 30% means a lot less, because he has millions of cedis otherwise, But someone who does their 200 cedis for the next 2 weeks, you have taken 60. You've done a lot. So I think we need to think about a lot of, like you said, property rates. Property rates are a very easy way to tax people who have a lot of money and leave people who don't.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things. But the one thing I worry about is with all these taxes we are scrapping, the fact that we are in an IMF program, we have debt to repay.
Yeah.
Where is the money going to come from? That's one question I feel despite the popularity of these measures, we also have to ask the question: the realities. Have they? I think he mentioned that they'll have an economic dialogue. So maybe that's where they'll address those things. But right now, I'm wondering where is the shortfall? How are we going to pay back? Because if I remember correctly, right now we're not paying back anything. The payments are going to start from next year. So I think maybe that's why he wants to do that dialogue, to kind of break down to Ghanaians what is our situation.
It's important.
What is there? What? Because there are going to be cuts.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
So I guess maybe that's what that's for. But it's a question that needs to be answered.
I think Ghanaians broadly understand where we are. Ghanaians know that we are in a very tight fix, and so I think there is that understanding that government will not have a lot of fiscal room to maneuver and do things. What Ghanaians will appreciate is sincerity, honesty. Tell us what the facts are. Putting a strong effort to ensure that there's some consistency, prices, cost of living, and all of those things. Because that's people just want some consistency. Because if today I go to a market and I'm buying tomatoes for 10 cedis and it's 5 pieces, I don't have to go there next week for 5 pieces to now cost 40 cedis. No. People just want a certain grip and control over prices, over the cost of living. It helps people to plan and live very decent lives. So Mr. Mahama and your team, think through all of these and ensure that there is some consistency in terms of how we can plan pricing and all of that. We do understand that there are challenges. I think everybody gets the idea that there will be challenges down the line. DDEP challenges, you have to pay independent power producers, there are debts and all of that. But just ensure that whilst we are doing all of these things, make sure that our lives are okay, decent. Just do decent work. And Ghanaians will respect you and appreciate you.
It's obvious the point of the taxes has gotten your attention, gentlemen, because I was going to give you a lot more of these. But yes, I think if I remember correctly, during a manifesto's assessment of I'll read a text message. Yes,
this one says, I'm a trader. I went to the Sisala area to buy maize. Today, a 50 kg bag of maize is selling for 300 cedis. Imagine where it will be in July. All our capital has been wiped out due to inflation. I had to rush back to Accra to vote and go back to the Sisala area to continue.
This must be the guy who went to vote.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
So this is why he actually came down?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right. Okay. I'm a bit excited. I've got some good news that's come through. Don't worry. I pick it.
Should I call my Momo number?
No,
since we are discussing 11.
It's not Momo related, unfortunately. It's not Momo related. I should have been somewhere at 10 to witness the coming of my niece, but she has dropped. So
thank God. Congrats.
Congrats to you. You are an uncle now.
Yeah, no, uncle strong, Hey, cover for that. What is Odum saying?
But the what is Odum saying? You're saying that your paternity leave is coming. If we don't see the next 3 days, it's paternity.
No, I mean,
don't focus on the message.
Let's
focus on the message.
Coming events.
So your microphone is off, unfortunately. I don't know why it's off, but the messages that are coming through are many.
Philip, turn on the microphone.
The messages are coming
through. Events cast their shadows.
Messages
we are gradually moving from Godfather Now you are an uncle.
No, I've been an uncle for some time.
Okay,
so more.
Okay, more. So now
I'm
everything that
I'm collating the figures.
So you should be
when the EC
you should be gravitating towards.
No, this is
Zazie.
The girlfriend says that Zazie is a different one.
Hey, girlfriend. Good morning to you.
Yeah, so we are collating the nieces and nephews while we collate the votes around the country.
The nieces and nephews will need cousins to play with.
No, but they need money so that when the E-levy is over, we can send them money for that.
But they also need cousins.
Let's take more messages.
All right, this was I live at Agboga, so Domi-Kwabenya, that's true. I know that constituency is an MPP stronghold, but before the elections, 5 or so months before, there was this house at my junction in a place called Unichal School Junction. That suddenly changed the outlook of their wall and storefront with NDC colors and drawings. Right then, I knew the MPP was in trouble.
I also heard from someone that the church people also, I think the removal of Adjoa Safo kind of made them, they made them very apathetic. So it created apathy among them. So that can explain the 25.
Got a strong following.
Exactly. That can explain the 25,000 votes.
Right. And this one on the gender issue, one of the reasons I voted for John Dramani Mahama was because he had a female running mate. There was some gender balance there, among other things. As for Kosi, she just came to Ogbojo to paste posters on one and my gate. The way I remove it fast. she figures say what? Oh, Charlie, come down there. You just show up 2 months to election and you want to vote when Ramadan is still doing a lot. I don't vote based on the party. I vote based on who I think we would do a better job. My taxes are more than my right. I hope John Mahama will do better. Right, the voice of the people is the voice of God. The good people of Ghana have spoken. The Electoral Commission should just come out and declare the results. Jerry, they say take your time. Bojidi, I say. David Kofi Senanu Kulavoma says, good morning, Caleb and team. I was a party agent and the turnout was very low. Registered voters were 292, but only 150 came to vote and some for parliamentary. Well, to vote for some parliamentary. If an agent refuses to sign, to the parliamentary, if an agent refuses to sign, he or she must indicate in writing his reason for disagreeing with the result. If not, the result still stands valid. Okay, that's a good one. That's good morning, my lovely Citi FM crew. Please, my pleading to JM is to ensure that
Kufuor accounts for total e-levy collected and what they used it for.
Okay.
I would also like to know.
Okay, that's a good one. Hi, Caleb. This government has been very insensitive and arrogant. They took Ghanaians for granted. They governed, they ruled, you say, with so much impunity. So we showed them we are rational beings. But Caleb, that's not all. The Operation Recover All Loot must be activated at once.
You know, I'm seeing a word come up a lot, arrogance. Yeah. But I've seen it come up a lot in the text message. So it feels like people did not feel respected, listened to by the ruling party. So I think that's something, like they said, they are reassessing and reflecting. It looks like they were not able to. They had lost touch of people.
Because then if the economy is in dire straits and we are told that the president is flying luxury around the world, people actually, we live with the politicians and we see the opulence when they get power. We see the change in their outcome.
So I just want to give a small update. As you said, we are still doing collation. Right now we have 170 out of 276 reporting, and the NDC has 130 seats so far. The MPP has 38. So, like we said, there are
38 seats in Parliament.
Yes, so far,
annexing the majority easily
out of 170. So far, that's reporting.
So we have
far
170 of 276.
Yes.
So we have 106 left.
Yes, about yes.
It appears the majority side may spill over to the minority side if what we are seeing remains.
Clearly the NDC is easily annexing the majority.
Yes, so they need 38. They need actually 39 because right now it's even. So 39 is what they need for the majority. I just remembered we've added the Guan seat.
Exactly.
So they need 9 more seats for a majority.
9 more.
9 more. Yes.
Just 9.
The Guan seat was won by Fred.
Yes.
Agbenyo.
So they need 9 more seats of the 106 remaining. to get that majority.
Nathan, I'm not hearing anything from Anya Sotom. How did it go down?
Anya MPP won. MPP won.
I'm no longer in that
Emmanuel Tobin.
But I have
the elder. No.
Yes, Emmanuel Tobin. Emmanuel Tobin won with some 42,790 votes as against 37,984 for Alote.
Anya Sotom has always been has always gone NPP. So if you look at the makeup of the area, so from Santa Maria last stop, you are talking Antieku, Soto itself, Omanjo, the part that takes you towards the Ofankor side, these other sides, parts of Ablekuma, and all of that. They've always gone blue. So.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, Citi FM. Writing from, I'm messaging you from my house who was Wogon. I voted for Lydia Hassan. She's a good woman, even though I did not get those kivo gari and oil and rice, but I voted for her.
That means you really like her.
No, but if in this is as good as you say, I mean, contact her, the kivo there. She goes.
I just say someday.
Yeah.
More day.
How you know say more day? The budget for the election.
I don't want to share the kivo gari or someday. You
forgot if someone is thirsty and they need water, should give them. Did she say that on air?
So at that point they were in a queue. Now what are they doing?
If you need such shoes, so because like in your neighborhood, also it's a Christ bar. But
that's what he said. She said it too. She said to herself that if someone is in need, as a mother, she will be there.
Yeah.
So the person from my house who was
you have to find your way to my Lydia's house.
Yes, find Lydia Serema. Tell her that you need kivo gari and rice, and she will give you. Now there's no pressure of an election.
But what's the justification for her to give you that? Because when
Christmas
she was
bonus.
giving
Christmas
bonus.
Okay. Now, wow, I'm seeing some scenes on Channel 1 now. I think with time. Okay, this is
an old
visual. This is an older visual. Okay, Caleb and friends. In fact, I voted for a change, but with the parliamentary, I voted for Dr. Bernardo Koboy, but he lost. And you add a crying emoji. Senor, sorry.
Right. So these are what you reference are visuals from Domi-Kwabenya. What Ajubi was speaking to much earlier. These are visuals from yesterday throughout the night when that chaos happened at the collation center. I had a small problem because that collation center is around GAEC, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, which is adjacent the police station. And so, I mean, I was hoping that the police would have really...
Yes, if it's GAEC.
Yeah.
But I guess if the crowd is too much, there's only so much the police can do.
What's the police assured us?
With that kind of the number of human bodies, it can be difficult.
Police are assured us. Even the twin rally, if I can put it that way, before the election, they deployed choppers. You understand? Helicopters to patrol the area.
But I guess that one is a bit different because everyone is going where they want to go. Everyone is among friends,
Very well.
Compared to this one where it's like...
Granted.
97.3 Citi FM. This is your election bureau. It's a Citi Breakfast Show. It's an extended version having conversations around the election and fallout from same. Electoral Commission EC chair says, look, guys, I have 72 hours, so take your time, cool down. We're going to bring you the final outcome soon, but we have put together our own results from the various constituencies that we have come through. So we'll remind you once again the number of constituencies we have and how they are looking like. But the number to send your messages through for your reasons for hope, voting, your expectations and all of that is 0549 986 996. Who won in your constituency? Was that your choice? Why did you do same? Who didn't? And all of that. We are happy to share your comments with the rest of the world. There's 48 after 10. Susu Graham, let's give our listeners a national view once again on how the numbers are looking like.
So the national view, so far we've counted about 7.3 million votes, 171 constituency reporting, and the NDC has 131 so far of what we have. So quite a commanding lead.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Right. Okay.
To make it more profound, the MPP has 38.
Yes, but I think
people can see the gap.
There's just a gap of a few that need to be added to the addition because it's not adding up exactly to 171. I think it's about 2 missing from what we have.
Yes.
So we have 38 and then 131.
Yes.
So far, but there's another 2 that just need to be added to the figure. So even if
I'm sure that's the 2 that have come in.
Yeah. So even if you do 1-1, it's 132, 39. Let's even do 1-1 for them.
To be fair.
Yeah.
And that's still a big gap.
But like we said, a lot of Ashanti has income, which would definitely juice the numbers. We can expect another 35 to 40 for the MPP at the very least, considering what is left in Ashanti. I just want to check how many in Ashanti we've done so far.
Okay, while you do that check, here is one.
Yes, there's 31 remaining in Ashanti. Let's say about 28, 27 will come in into Ashanti.
That's a good one. Now, today is the birthday of engineer Mahama Abdullah's twins. He himself, but his twins.
Okay.
Today is their second birthday, Masood and Madhat.
Wow.
It says today is my lovely twins' birthday. They are 2 today. We thank Allah for such a gift. May they grow and glow to brighten the corner where they will be at all times. From engineer Mahama. We are 4 in the studio. Yes, please.
Well, Caleb, today is actually my sister's birthday.
Oh, wonderful.
She's Nana Apientu at the 5th.
Oh, right. She's a queen.
Known in private life as Genevieve Sewa Kranting.
Genevieve
Sewa Kranting. She's the Nifahima of Asimfusu. So Nana Hema. Nana Hema Nyankwada.
Thank you.
Nana Hema Nyiniche.
But wait, to ask a question. Why is she called Genevieve and you don't have any of those?
So I don't know what happened, because you see, so we're 6.
Let me look at your face and give you an English name.
Don't say Moses.
Okay.
Charles. Oh, Charles. I look at Charles. Ozukumi. Charles. I mean, it's
for you. Or you want Michael? Or you want Michael?
6 of us, right?
Or you like Michael?
No, Michael won't look good on you.
The 6 of us. They 4 have English names. 2 of us don't. And I don't get it.
Is it by gender? Is it like the boys don't have?
Okay, so we are 5 boys, 1 girl.
Okay.
Yeah. From the top, they all have English names until they got to my 10, and that of my kid brother. So yes, my big brother, the first one.
William will look good on you. Maybe
Edward.
Eddie. You know, Brady.
My big brother is Lincoln.
Hey.
My big sister is Genevieve.
Hey.
And then there are twins that come after them, Jeff and Jeffrey. And then it gets to my 10, they look at my face, Paddy Wade, they give me Nana to 4 Boate, and then they give my kid brother Nana Safo Abuaje Boate.
Interesting one there. So you've been hearing from Nana Tufo Boateng, Nathan Kwao, and Susu Graham. One gentleman you've not heard much from, though he's very present, is Godfred Abeku Odum, the richest man. Hear from him now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. See John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of 2 things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation.
Since he left the roads ministry,
to the rank and file.
I've missed some energy, some verve.
But have you been?
I mean, imagine if this were Terminator style, where we are inaugurating flyovers, flowerport, Obechebi, motorway. I mean, the charisma, the delivery of the message.
We will not tolerate any indiscipline, especially after the commission.
Cancel it, repackage it,
terminate it. So Kwesi Amakwata is not coming back to Parliament. This one he didn't contest, so it's not like he lost. But Katie Hammond,
my uncle,
they've returned him. They said he should retire.
The people didn't try for my uncle.
Yeah,
I'm going to miss him so much.
I will miss it.
As I've been saying to you, the MPP cannot do that. He is my colleague, but I will not allow him to be touching with this match.
So Katie Hammond is not coming.
No, but
back.
I'm going to miss Katie.
Yeah,
I mean,
Katie
who else has the charisma in Parliament to go covers another person's eyes when they are delivering a press conference? Who else can do that?
Yeah, and I think no, we are going to miss Katie Hammond. Kwabena Mintah Kandor, though, he will miss Ursula Owusu, in the event.
On the night of the swearing in.
But the previous Parliament, they do some pound. They do some This Carlos Ahinka episode, Charlie is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Wow, grabbing ballot papers and running away with them. Anyway, we'll see what the new Parliament will bring.
Howard Kumsin, I'm gonna miss Howard Kumsin in Parliament.
Is not also coming back.
Do you remember her days in Parliament, though?
No, I think that Howard Kumsin's
her appearance at the appointments.
Yes. I think a lot of Howard Kumsin's life in terms of the public sphere and the things people remember are largely from the vetting and really the
perhaps her interviews too.
Yes, and the shenanigans, all the things she did in the constituency, i.e., firing guns, whatever. But people remember her a lot more for the vetting, not because she was very active on the floor of Parliament. At least from what we covered, she didn't really appear much.
But the house has come a long way.
Yeah.
And she's held some really good positions.
Yes, she has.
Special initiatives.
Yeah, that's where the ambulances came and a lot of other things.
One constituency, 1 million.
Did that really happen?
One village, one dam.
Yes, that's...
All of that was under special development initiatives.
Yes.
So, I mean,
but with the $1 million, did it get to the constituency?
We'll have to find out from the people there. And in the constituency, who was it going to? Because if it's going to an assembly, then we know that, okay, there's an assembly that's going to receive it. But constituency, is it going to a party office or where is it going?
That's a good question. It's a good place to draw the curtains. So who are you going to miss in Parliament?
Oh, no one.
Okay, fine. Ajubi, who are you going
That's
to miss?
cold. No. What? You see, this Parliament's passed 11, so I won't miss any of them.
Cold. That's cold.
No, but where is Yves Hansen Norte? He's that tough guy during the fight in Parliament.
Yeah, Tema Central. But I mean, he lost the primaries. He lost the primaries, so he wasn't even on the ballot. Charles Forson replaced him, but we are yet to confirm results from Tema Central.
I do have to say the closest I'll come to someone. The closest is Katie Hammond. I think he was a colorful character,
and that's my uncle. I so love Katie Hammond. Good morning, Wafa.
Yeah, man. At the top of the hour, Ajubi Biafia Kid Singers back in the studio with the news at 11. Good morning, Ajubi.